Seattle 2023. Oh, you silly Philly. Twitchy, 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 twitch. Love it when Twitch twitches. Don't know why it did that just now. I think that's good though. Okay. Seattle 2023. A city of enduring loneliness. A place where the dreamers, the realists, and the weary are striving to thrive and not just to survive. It is a time when society is re-evaluating what it means to be alive. It is a moment when history is questioned and traditions are challenged. Old classification laws are confronted by those who are striving for fairness, for the right to be acknowledged in a society rife with judgments. Acceptance is a battle and identity is a luxury they just began to grasp. Many who are feeling lost turn to their screens to find their footing, and the world becomes fast-paced with increased connectivity, whether for work or pleasure, for a little encouragement, or simply to escape. It is unclear whether or not it helps or further isolates them. I felt that line a little too hard, to be honest. Okay. Ow. As some look for answers off the beaten path, seeking bittersweet comforts to help pass on lonely nights. In a night blooming coffee shop standing between the rainy streets, they would find a small respite through a cup of warm drink. Sorry about that. And these are their stories. Coffee talk. Coffee, 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 coffee talk. It's a talk with the coffee. Massive job layoffs lost as large companies move out of state. What's next? Seattle West Precinct Police are losing a record number of officers in January. Social experiments skirting between entertainment and menace. I guess this will go on for a while. Oh, we have 15 over here, okay. Friends, Seattle Police Department, Georgie. Look at his kids looking all cute. Big old father guy. I woke up so refreshed today. I think it's going to be a good day. Aqua, what to do? Iced Baileys, yes ma'am. Do I click on these? Okay. I see I can click on them. We're going to be checking on the catering service I mentioned last week tonight, so do not be late. The chief said that these days youngsters read and listen to infos and advice more seriously in this format, so here I am, kiddos. Good morning. Let's do our best today too, okay? Look at the kitty cats. Mr. Hyde, to get a new place to live, you just need to go to said place, have a look, and pay in cash. Now, all these forms you need to fill, abysmal. 2-hour delay, not a problem. Travel, coffee shop. So now we've apparently got a Twitter, or X. Okay, and we've automatically got a few drinks. Caffeine boost dominated by milk, cafe latte, cappuccino, an Italian delight, dark chocolate, a warm and calming darkness, espresso, blacker than a moonless night, hotter and more bitter than hell itself. Green tea latte, both sweet and savory, with a hint of bitterness for the heart. Matcha, the ceremonial grade of this pure and lush green tea, has a distinct bittersweet and stabilizing aroma. Your free trial will start tomorrow. Okie dokie. Officer Georgie, welcome. Evening, Jade. What's crackin'? Aside from the thunder outside, that is? I would say the power lines. Probably. Yeah? What about them? Oh, that's a concern. The powers kept going on and off all night. Our machines couldn't even heat up properly. That bad. Sorry. I'll take your order as soon as machines are ready. No problem. I guess our resident writer, Miss Green-Haired Fairy, isn't here tonight. You mean Freya? The one and only. Unless she's changed her hair cutter, then my bad. It's still the same. She won't be coming around for a while, I think. Why? She's currently on a research trip for her new book. That's so? At least that's what she told me. That's too bad. The evenings won't be the same without her. No kidding. I admit it's been pretty quiet around here, but it's good for her to escape the city once in a while, to have some time to herself. Not looking too good. Yeah, but I've already notified the city lights department. They said they would monitor the area just in case. Don't worry, Jade. If anything happens, I'll lend you my trusty lighter. Your lighter. Got it from my grandfather, a lucky charm of sorts. Never failed us in a pinch, not even once. Unless you need it lit up for longer than 10 seconds. Then you're on your own. It's the thought that counts. No cops usually carry flashlights around anyways. We do. But where's the thrill in that? Sounds like you need a vacation too. Do I ever? Goodness, finally. Thanks for waiting. I can take your order now. Great. I'm already done for the day, so no more coffee for me. No midnight patrol then? Just for tonight? Roger that. In that case, would you like to sample our new tea selection instead? We have hibiscus and blue pea available. Hibiscus and blue what? Blue pea. It's actually butterfly pea, but we call it blue pea for short. The color is really pretty. I had no idea you offered alternative stuff, Jade. No judgment here, just saying. Alternative what? It's pea, as in pea pots. Not whatever else you thought it was. Got it. Sure, I'll give it a shot. Still remember my golden? No, again, it's not that. It's not golden. It's just like a pea pot, okay? Of course, no dairy for Officer Georgie. Correct. I'm sure you have all this info written down on your phone already. I want to say yes, but some of my notes went missing after I got my phone serviced a month ago. Better write down everything you can remember then. Speaking of remembering, Freya actually left me something for you. That's so? Alright, then I'll have one of your new teas. I'll leave the choice up to you. Just keep it simple. Okie dokie. Butterfly pea. Better give Freya's stuff to Officer Georgie now before I forget. We're changing it up. We've got stuff we can give to people now. A written postcard Freya prepared for Officer Georgie. Looks like she left him a message. This strikingly blue tea is also known to be a stress buster chock full of antioxidants. A postcard. Is she bragging at me or something? What is it? It appears she left me a message. What does it say? Nothing for you to worry about. Okay. Anyway, thanks for this. Give her my regards. You're welcome, and I will. Here you go. Wow, is this stuff really safe to drink? What's with the color? I assure you it is completely safe to drink. I'm just playing with you, Jade. It's surprisingly mild. Usually people put lemon in it. It would change color too. Really? Yes. Unfortunately, I'm out of lemons. Didn't have enough time to get any from the store. It's fine. Oh, hello, Kiers. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are having a fantastic existence. I remember my youngest showed me a video of something like that. You know, she's really into new age health stuff. I remember she made me a drink from blue algae or something to lower my cholesterol, she said. Problem was, it tasted like dirt. I still drank it all, though. Nice of her to think of her dad's health. She's swell. Between you and me, though, I'll stick with the coffee. But this one, I don't mind at all. Maybe I'll ask her about it later. Thanks. You're very welcome. What a storm. Got somewhere to be? I'm supposed to be home by now. My youngest has just finished all her makeup exams. Makeup exams? Yeah. We found out that for some reason or other, she's been neglecting her studies. Let's just say I had a few things to say about that. How did it go? It was a disaster. But she pulled through in the end, right? Except we haven't spoken to each other for over a month now. Sorry to hear that. Anyway, the missus planned to celebrate a little tonight, making all the kids' favorite dishes, having her sisters over for dinner and all that. So I'm buying the dessert pies as an olive branch of sorts. Sounds like a good plan. But as you can see, I got no pies and I'm nowhere near home. Because of the storm? That and my car is busted. All the valve cores removed and tires deflated. What? How come? It just so happens my car is the latest victim of a vandalism spree. That's a whole other thing going on. Rest easy though, we're on it. For now, I need to find a way to get home fast. You can't just drop that sort of fact and expect me to have no questions. Holy. Oh, he's new. Hello there, buddy. By Zeus, what a disaster. Welcome. What's shaking? Evening, Pops. What's up? Thunderstorms, obviously. Touche. Gods, isn't the weather just awful? It's like someone up there doesn't care about their water bill or something. I'm glad you're open, though, else I would be super soaked by now. Happy you made it in time. Would you like anything to drink? Something to warm you up? That would be great, yeah. I'm Lucas, by the way. And you are? My name is Jade. Lucas. And the gentleman over here is Officer Georgie. Awesome. Nice to meet you, Pops. Can I call you Pops? Fine by me. Sweet. Mrs. is calling. Alright, be back. Wish me luck. Good luck. See ya. So, can I get a cafe latte? Sure. Or maybe not. Yes. You know what? I'm not sure. You tell me. You're the pro. Okay, hear me out. You see, I used to like coffee. I loved espresso. But at some point, my stomach turned against me and decided to just hate it. Like, really hate it. You know what I mean? Right. Anyway, milk helps take the edge off. That's why I've been ordering lattes and the like. But I still miss just coffee, you know? That's why I'm wondering if you can suggest me something. What is it about coffee that you miss? The caffeine, of course. And just the overall boldness, you know what I mean? Am I making sense? Have you ever tried matcha? But isn't that just green tea? More concentrated. Would you like to give it a try? Sure. Then one matcha for me, please. A cup of premium matcha coming up. Man, it's super green. Let's try it. What do you think? You know what? It's pretty good. Tastes a little grassy though, but I kinda like it. I'm glad it's to your taste. I wasn't sure if you would enjoy it as is. Why wouldn't I? Some people find the taste a bit too intense when served straight like this. Well, good thing I like intense, because it makes up for the fact that I'm really not. Anyhow, looking forward to your future recommendations from now on. I'll do my best. So, does anyone ever come here? What do you mean? I was trying to pin this coffee shop on my post, right? But there's, like, no trace of your place anywhere. No tags, no mentions, nothing. What's up with that? Maybe our crowd isn't as big as your usual coffee shop since we open quite late. That makes sense. What time do you guys close anyway? We're open until morning. For real? That's pretty heckin' late. Do you turn into a secret bar after like 2 or something? If we did, Oscar George over there would have a few things to say about that. What? That's no fun. Are you guys on social media at all? Not the coffee shop itself, no. A late night coffee shop that nobody talks about. Interesting. Hey, that means I can stay until the storm's over, right? Of course. Stay as long as you would like. Sweet. Thanks. I can give you a shout out on my stories if you want. Your stories? Yes. Here, let me show you. He took the photo and posted it moments ago. That was fast. Guess where I am today? Chilling pick of the day. Already got 9,000 likes. Wow. I was going to tag your place here. I do have an account there, but I haven't seen this feature before. It's a pretty new thing on Tomo.chill, huh? You can check on people's updates now. Just open the Stories tab inside the app on your phone once in a while. Better check it daily though, because the stories only last a day. Who knows? Maybe you'll find some juicy info on your customers there. That's a bit. I'm just saying, people will post anything. Kidding. I'm usually more active on my tube channel anyway. But hey, since you're here, want me to tag you instead? No thank you. But I'm curious, what do you do exactly? Your post already seemed to have a lot of reactions for a new feature. I guess you can call me a lifestyle reviewer of sorts. I report on the hottest trends, on the hottest people, on the hottest places, and everything else in between. Wow, does that mean this coffee shop is part of the hottest gang? Do you want it to be? Sure, for the right price you can. Never mind then. Just kidding. My manager decides what I endorse. They help get me on brand, so to speak, since they said I can get too crazy sometimes. whatever that means. Oh, Lord. Welcome back, Pops. Thanks. Is everything all right? Kind of. The missus is not happy. Maybe I should try calling a cab. What do you think? I would save my minutes if I were you, Pops. Not good. Been calling while I was still on the lookout earlier. 1.5 hours later, here I am. There were no cabs around my station either. Did you try ordering online, Pops? Did you not see my phone? The only ordering I could do is Nom Noms from around the corner of my house. Touché. Well, on the bright side, our power seems stable for now. And you spoke too soon. I retract my statement. For what it's worth, it held out much longer than I expected. You're right. Want to borrow my lighter then, Jade? A tempting offer, but no, thank you. I'm going to check on something though, so I'll be right back. Sure. Good luck. You alright? Yeah, everything's peachy. I just don't like being in the dark so much. What, you're scared of the dark, kid? You never know who might jump out at you. But we're in a room. Still, don't you feel scared at all, Pops? Of course not. I do night patrols all the time. If I can grab 'em, I can handle 'em. In theory. I don't know how to feel about that at all. Did you hear something? What? I swear I heard something just now. Holy fuck. Whoa. Hi. I'm back. Sorry about that. Everything should be good for now. Oh, great. Welcome. Can I place my order? Of course. What do you have? Although our arsenal is limited at the moment, we still have all the usual fare. Coffee, tea, and herbal drinks. I would like something soothing for my throat and for my mind. Tough day at work? If you have no particular drink in mind if I suggest trying our new blue pea latte? Blue pea latte. Could you make it pretty? I'll try my best. Okay, one blue pea latte with art, please. Oh dear, I'm not very good at drawing. But we'll try at least once. We will try at least once, even though I am not good at drawing. Yep, see, that didn't turn out right. Trying to do a smile. That's good enough, probably. Thank you for waiting. Here you go. It's blue. Yes, but rest assured it is all natural. I see. It's pretty. How do you like it? It's good. Thank you. You are very welcome. Is the power okay now? Yes, the city department is making sure of it. Awesome. Now we can just wait until the storm's over. Well, about that, the news said the storm will go on until midnight at the very least. What? Would have been nice if I had my car. There are several road closures due to flooding also. Well, darn. So basically you're saying we're stuck. Afraid so. At least for a little while. I'm in deep trouble. What's wrong with your car, Pops? Yeah, you didn't finish explaining it earlier. I have questions. Just didn't want to alarm you, Jade. His tires got flattened. For real? Yes. There's been some vandalism going around recently. Somebody keeps removing valve cores and deflating tires from parked cars around the West Precinct. Why? Maybe someone's a collector? Or got too much time on their hands? No clue yet. Anyhow, our station lot was getting repaved, so a few of us had to park outside today. Well, you know the rest. Did everyone's cars get affected too, Pops? Nope, just mine. Oh, that's so weird. You're so chill about it. Yeah? Maybe because there's no real damage done, other than you said the tires got slashed. I mean, tires, unless tires are just cheaper in this world or something. Though my coworkers aren't so cool about it. The recent mass resignations have left us severely understaffed. Additionally, companies are moving away due to the tax hike, so there are protests happening, which means tensions are high all around. That doesn't sound good. Don't I know it? Anyway, we caught the culprit on CCTV, so I'll be looking into it starting tomorrow. Just hoping it won't get any crazier in the meantime. Could it just be a prank, Pops? You think so? Yeah. With what's been going on lately, the suspicion would land elsewhere, right? So the culprit may think they won't get caught. Are you speaking from experience? If I say yes, would you let it slide? Depends on what you did. Harsh. But I'm serious. Prank videos are like their own genre online, you know? People watch that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, it's all about cheap thrills, Pops. And a good way to make money too if you play your cards right. The crazier your stick is, the more views you get, which means more ad money. Lather, rinse, repeat until you push them just a bit too far. Then you get the nuke and everything will just go poof and disappear. Won't stop anyone from doing it all over again though, because really, all you need to get started is a camera phone and Wi-Fi. Everything else comes down to timing and luck. You sure know a lot about this. Maybe I should bring you in for questioning. My manager would kill me. Joking. Anyhow, a high-risk, high-reward opportunity with a low entry barrier. Sounds like something else. Oh yeah, anything goes for views. Honestly, it's one of the reasons I'm on a break at the moment. Oh? It's a long story. Been wanting to change the direction of my show for a long time now. What's wrong with it? Well, the views are declining, for one. Why? Not enough pranks? Harsh. I haven't done those things in a long time. Not that I ever want to get back into it. Anyways, I'm not in a position where I can take that kind of risk yet, even if I'm totally up for trying something new. 'Cause people don't like change. That's right. Yet they get bored easily too. Today's good might be trash tomorrow. So it feels like I'm battling a daily paradox sometimes. You make it sound like the continuity of your work depends on the audience's whims, kid. I guess you could say that. Why? Pardon? Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I was unable to avoid overhearing you. It's alright. I know I'm loud. Can you explain what you mean by why? Do you think the audience is always right? Of course not. Then why place so much emphasis on what they want? Why must you follow their whims? I mean, it all comes down to numbers, right? A single opinion might be easy to negotiate with, maybe even 10 or 100, still doable, but to influence the opinion of thousands, millions? Not so easy. So my belief is, if you can't fight them, join them, then change things slowly from the inside out. There's no way it can work. No? Why do you think that? My apologies for not providing context. You don't have to, I was just curious. Considering I intruded, it is only fair. I admit that I am not a big fan of online activities. I find people's conduct there very loathsome. That's a strong word. 2 years ago, I uploaded my singing reel online in preparation for my audition as a soprano. A soprano? Really? That's cool. Can I see it? I took it down. Why? I believe she's getting to it, kid. Right. Okay. It was something done out of necessity. I recorded the reel using my phone at home, since I have no previous theater experience to show. It was not of the highest quality, I admit. Even so, I did post it to a video site, mainly to add the link to my applications, though I'm not sure if it helped at all, as my attempts have yet to yield results. Right. However, one day my application received an unexpected response from an auditioner. It was a polite rejection. However, they left me with a curious suggestion. What did they say? They highly recommend that I moderate my video's comment section, so I checked. It was a lot. What happened? The comment section was teeming with plenty of strong opinions, if they can even be called that. What? There were a lot of comments telling me to stop screaming and to take my video down, because they didn't want to get cursed and die yet. What's with that nonsense? Others questioned my sanity for knowingly spreading bad luck with my voice. Many others also wanted to know who and where my handler was, since there's no such thing as sentience for us banshees. Oh, sweetheart, you can't sing as a banshee. I'm sorry. That's just, I know that's might be a little racist, but that's just not a very good idea. That's just not a very good idea. That's really effed up. Unless things are different in this world, but as far as I know, banshees wailing, that's either immediate death or just overall bad luck. That's just, unless things are different in this world, but even with the Vindication Act in place, those POS still exist, huh? The Vindication Act, a global treaty to recognize the sentiency and rights of non-sapients. Sapient refers to any species as intelligent and bipedal, like humans, elves, orcs, gnomes, halflings, you know the type. Yeah, like even us satyrs got added pretty late into the game too, you know? But shouldn't you fit the bill right away? Yeah, but we're all born male? So then how do you procreate? Unless you have male on male action, like a seahorse or something. And we didn't really have the best reputation either. Anyway, it took a while for us to finally get recognized by international law, since the further you are from the likeness of the main six, the slower the process will be. So I'm sure it's been way harder for you, lady. Our numbers are extremely low. Others being unfamiliar with our existence is not surprising to us. Still, doesn't make it right. I get it now, your disdain for the internet. I'm impressed you seem very chill about it. Chill. Do I look chill? Delight. But how can you be chill when such blatant disrespect is thrown in your face like that? Don't you wonder what gives them the right to be so vile? Who do they think they are? Pray tell, what do they feel when they commit such offensive acts? Do they derive some sort of perverse pleasure from others' suffering? The audacity! I can't. I see the enormity of talking through screens, as afforded people the comfort of. Okay, yeah, that she does have a point there. But what I want to know is, are banshees in this world? Are their singing really dangerous? Did they have a reason to say that? I mean, from what I understand, banshee screeching is bad. I mean, without suffering a direct hit to their face for it. Damn it, not again. Just a second, please. Okay. Thank goodness. It's just not right. That kind of behavior is just not right. I'm sorry. I've gone too far. It's alright. I admit I just don't want to hear that the audience is always right, because that means my dream has run aground before I can even try. How about if I help you? Look, I get what you're going through. As a satyr, I had to deal with plenty of numbskulls trying to tear me down to justify their own inferiority complexes. So believe me when I tell you this, you've got what it takes to turn the tables on them. How? Easy. You got to sell yourself. Whoa, kid, slow down. I might be lax, but I still work for the law. No, Pops, not that kind. Honestly, I don't know much about the opera scene, but I know sirens dominate a huge chunk of the soprano roles, am I right? I would imagine they do. I mean, their voices are seductive, right? It's as if they were made for the role. Exactly. So, this is a case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Which means no matter what you do, or how hard you try, you'll always be an outlier. Therefore, if you just compete based on your skills alone, sorry to say this, but you probably won't make it. Wait, hear me out. You got one awesome thing all those sirens don't have. A story. A story. Yeah. Imagine a banshee who dreams of becoming a lead soprano, or whatever it is you wish to do on the stage, pursuing her dream in the midst of all the sirens, despite all the odds stacked against her. Isn't that a great narrative? But you haven't even heard my singing yet. Have you? I would love to, of course, but honestly, that doesn't matter as much as you think. What? Our goal is to get your story stuck in people's heads first. Most people just scoff at it because of their own dumb assumptions, which is exactly what we want. And then we'll blow all their expectations away by putting you on stage. What stage and how? Don't worry, I have my ways. No matter how you sing, everybody will be surprised seeing you there, and that's when you'll get your time to really shine. What are you talking about? No. What? Why? I just want a chance to properly sing, to show what I'm made of, regardless of what I am. I know, and I'm offering you a possible way in. No offense, but all this sounds like you're just... It's as if you were just trying to sell a caricature of me. Of course not. No way. But ouch, that kinda hurt a bit. I'm sorry for being rude, but I don't know you, and you don't know me. So how am I supposed to consider everything you said, when you don't even know my name? Well, if what you've been doing had worked at all, I would have asked for your name already, don't you think? Hey, I don't know where you were going with that, but I think you went too far, kid. What the hell are you talking about? Crap. Hey, look, the storm seems to be easing up. I'll be taking my leave. Thank you for coming, Miss Riona. Okay, can we please have the most important question answered? Do banshees curse people with their singing? I kind of want to know so I know if they were right or not, because that feels like something that should be important to know. Miss Riona, we hope to see you again. Our conversation certainly took an odd turn, so let me make this point. For all the words you spoke earlier, I feel a few were actually intended for me. Take care. Have a safe trip. Sorry about all that. I messed up, didn't I? Can't say, kid. This old man's still trying to figure out what just happened. Man, do you know what came over me, Pops? I get too hyped up sometimes and lose my cool. Sorry, just a sec. It's my manager. The road closure is over, so he's picking me up now. That's wonderful. Nice. By the way, do you need a ride, Pops? I can drop you off wherever, no problem. Thanks, kid, but it's alright. I'm sure the cabs will start rolling around soon. You sure? Yes. Alrighty. I guess I'll be seeing you guys around. Thanks for coming. We hope to see you again. Yeah. Hey, Jade. Yes. No, it's nothing. Okay then. See you soon, Jade. Pops, have a safe trip. Well, that was a show and a half. No kidding. Feels like I'm ready to just call it a day. As soon as I get my cab, I'll get out of your hair, Jade. Please, you know I don't mean it like that. Not going to lie though, listening to those two got me thinking for a bit. About me and my youngest daughter, Missy. Maybe I was too hard on her, but I don't know. When you are a parent, it's hard to choose between supporting your kids' ideas or stopping them from taking things too far. It's always a fine line to tread, for sure. Yes. It's the missus. You know what? I think I better go. At least if she hears the rain outside, she'll get less mad at me. Please try not to get sick. Kidding, but I better go though. You take care on closing, Jade. Will do. Hope you get a cab soon. Thanks. See ya. What a day. I better clean up and then... What's this? An old metal lighter with an interesting design carved on it. Someone must have forgotten this. Better keep it safe over here. It exudes an interesting feel. Got ourselves a lighter. Now let's wrap this up. Future of dating. How AI may steal your potential mates with increasing sentiency. Morris Lester's conviction stands after appeal rejected. The controversial motive behind an ex-fire agent's investigation. A deep dive. The weather seems better tonight. A day off, first time in a while. Riona, gridlock traffic on I-5 through downtown. Avoid if you must. Is your dream coming true? Mine might. Good morning. Okay, so he does have satyr legs. Cool. So satyrs are definitely a thing in this world. That's pretty cool. So many different species in this world. Welcome. Hiya. Hello, sir. Back so soon? Hell yeah. And there's nothing you can do about it. Wouldn't have it any other way. Good to know. Is everything okay? Yeah. Kind of. Maybe. Okay, I knew it was a long shot, but low-key, was kinda hoping the lady from yesterday would be here again. Hi, Key. You're my first customer today. I can see that. I know it's silly. I mean, what are the chances, right? If Capella ever falls. That star is called Capella, the little goat of Auriga. Auriga? The charioteer. She looks up to where I point her, neckline a constellation of its own. If the little goat falls off, do you think we'll get a wish? She asks between yawns. Well, I don't think that's how falling stars work, but maybe. I wonder if I bore her at times like this, late on my balcony, the two of us and the stars. I still don't know much about her. It's scary to get to know someone new, an entirely new sky to discover, where all the celestial objects are yet to form a sign. Where's the brightest star of her night? Which constellation does she display proudly in her north sky? What object does she hide between the dark clouds? Is there a place for me in her nights? When I ask that, I know I'm avoiding the real question. Is there a place for her in my nights? I still don't know if I actually am in love with her, or if she's just a slightly above average looking girl who happens to fit my ideal style. A cute girl who's not afraid of wearing her own aesthetic. An unironic, slightly gothic, dark academia girl. Exactly my type. I'm still figuring out if I want to show her my own night, to reserve one spot by the northern space for her to shine. Am I ready to love? Or was I just lonely and she happened to be there, the empty space beside me? What does she think of me? Do we actually match each other well, or is that just what Tinder says? There's still so much that I don't know about her, and it's scary to think about. Does she like Murakami too? What would she think of me if she knew my playlist is mostly emo songs? How badly was she hurt by her ex-lovers? When does she think we will end? I shiver thinking about it. I hope it's the night's gentle breeze and not my anxiety. She puts her head on my shoulder, signaling me to hold her closer. Maybe it's the night breeze after all. Or perhaps she knows how scared I am to try and let her in. Perhaps she has shown me her galaxies and bits and pieces of her everything, and her goodnight text with those little Japanese smile emoji. The way she speaks to me, the way she puts her head on my chest as if she trusts me already. Maybe while I'm sitting here, scared of loving her, she already has a constellation named after me. I look up to where Auriga shines. Her breath feels warm on my chest. I hope I have enough time to learn everything there is to know about her, so one day I'll know every little thing about her until her sky map is etched into my heart. And if Capella ever falls, I hope that maybe I can use my one wish to replace Capella with a star named after her and have her stay there in the margin of my starry night. I just want to apologize properly, I think. I'm still not sure what came over me, but never mind for now. That's not the only reason I'm here anyway. But dang, Jade, this place is really empty. Right now, that's about right. The regulars typically show up around 2 or 3 hours from now. Pops too? You mean Officer Georgie? He's a regular, right? Right. Not every day, but he does come around that time as well. I see. Then wouldn't it be better to open a few hours later? True, but new customers tend to drop by around this time. You got me there? Either way works out for me, 'cause I'm here to do some work. Oh, I might be on hiatus, but I still gotta post a bunch of stuff, so got some editing to do. If you need a power outlet, there's one near the wall, under the table. Sweet, thanks. However, there's no Wi-Fi here. What is this, the Ice Age? Maybe that's why this place is so empty. Maybe. I'm joking. At least your brand game is on point here. Brand game? I mean, this place is called Coffee Talk, right? So I thought you would say something like, we're all about talking, not surfing, or something like that. No? Honestly, I never thought about it that way, but that sounds legit. Sure, why not? In that case, you can transfer the tagline royalties to the link in my bio. The licensing fee is free since you're so cool. Thanks. Joking. Anyway, guess I better get a move on over there. There we go. Now I'm ready to place my order, and I'm ready to take your order. What would you like to have tonight? I've got to stay fresh and awake, so maybe a cafe latte. No, wait. Can you make me a custom drink? Like a cafe latte with lots of honey. I mean a lot of honey. Like a whole beehive of it? Well, I remember tasting more honey than milk, so might as well. Can you try making that for me? I'll try my best. Great. A cafe latte with lots of honey, please. Lucas, birthday December 3rd, actual fun police, social media connoisseur. Be and Buzzy, an energizing companion during those late night working hours. Here you go, lots of honey. Thanks. You even made it look so fancy. Now, time to give this a try. Cheers. How is it? Super. This is exactly how I remembered it. I'm glad it's to your taste. Actually, it's not. This is too sweet even for me, but something I drank a lot back in the day. Gives you lots of energy when you got nothing else to eat. What is it? So you had them in place of meals? Kind of, yeah. I didn't have a lot of spare cash back then. I couch surfed a lot, until eventually I moved to my old group's house. But anyway, sure takes me back. What is it? I was thinking maybe that's the reason you can't handle coffee anymore. You think? Yeah, as much as I love coffee, drinking it to replace meals isn't really recommended, even with lots of honey. Even with lots of honey. And milk. Milk too. It all turns into acid in your stomach. Oh, so not great if that was all you had. Right. That makes too much sense. What a bummer. Sorry. No. You just solved one of my life's biggest mysteries, probably. So, thanks for that. As long as it helps. Now I can't look at Bee and Buzzy the same way ever again. Aqua! What is F2? Oh, Myrtle. Myrtle's also coming in. Okay. Very cool. Hello there. What a nice surprise. Long time no see you two. Hi, Jade. It's been a while. How have you been? We were in the area, so we thought we would stop by. I'm glad you did. Right. It's not like you were trying to change the subject or anything. Look, Aqua, all I want is for you to reread their terms carefully. And I just want to know if you'll still help me if I accept. I mean, it's all just hypothetical anyway, right? The way you're talking about it doesn't reflect that, and it really bothers me. Okay, I admit maybe I got a bit too excited about it, but putting that aside, I just want to know if you're in this with me or not. Because I'm really feeling it this time, Myrtle. I really want this game to be out there, although we're not even halfway done with it yet. And about the terms, I mean, who knows, Myrtle? Maybe those are just what I need to motivate me to work harder, and we can complete it. Motivate you, you say? That's just pure recklessness. You know that. Aqua, I know you're not. Look, let's just give it a rest for now, okay? Okay. Hey, Jade. Hello. Sorry you had to see that. It's fine. We were in the middle of something. Sorry for the hassle. It's really fine. Honestly, I'm just glad you're both here after such a long while. So, can I get you anything to drink? Yes, just give me a moment. Take your time. How about you, Miss Myrtle? I'll have a spiced milk tea. Spiced in what way? Some cinnamon would be good, or whatever you think is better. Okay, I'll have one spiced milk tea. Spiced milk tea. Shy Adini. Myrtle, birthday May 13th, game developer. Self-summary, game programmer working on Full Metal Conflict series. Favorite things, me time, what I'm doing with my life, as I've stated before, working on Full Metal Conflict series. Shy Adini, a sweet, spicy chai latte from the town of Aden, Yemen. Thanks. Enjoy. How is it? Good. I think you nailed it. Glad to hear that. Did you say Shy Adini? Yes. I put a little cardamom and other spices in it, just so it lives up to the spiced part at least. I see. I suppose you tried it because of the documentary I told you about the other day. Yeah. I watched it yesterday while pulling an all-nighter. It sounded interesting, but I couldn't remember the name. I guess I'm ready to order too. Certainly. What will it be? I see you have new tea selections on the shelves. Are those butterfly pea flowers I see? Yes, good eye. I've had them before. Pretty often, actually. Especially in the office. How do you like it prepared usually? I like it best when brewed with a lot of mint. Could you make it that way for me? Sure thing. Then I'll have a blue pea tea with lots of mint, please. Aqua's Tranquility. Okay, I see what they did there. Aqua's Tranquility, okay. Aqua, R&D researcher by day, aspiring indie dev by night. So she's still aspiring, huh? Ooh. Its earthy yet minty taste relieves indigestion while the color and smell soothe her senses. The one specialty coming up. Thank you. Looks nice, doesn't it? I was going to comment on that. The color reminds me of the sea. Yes. How is it? It's really good. I'm happy you like it. When I feel very anxious, I often make this tea, but I usually put a little sugar and lemon salt in it too. Really? Salt? Yes. So what's next? You're going to try the salted butter tea too? I thought you were the one who was going to try it, Myrtle. As if. I couldn't even begin to imagine how that would taste. Though I wonder how different that would be from just using plain cream. Still, no on the salt. I told Myrtle about a documentary on hot drinks around the world the other day. They had a lot of strange recipes. You should try watching it too, Jade. Who knows? It might inspire you to make some new drinks. Sure, sounds interesting enough. What's the documentary called? Overflowing Warmth, Comforting Beverages Around the World. Apparently that is an achievement to get that mentioned, I guess. The name sounds plain, but the content can be a bit unique. But it's got plenty of normal drinks too. I'll check it out later. Thanks, Miss Aqua. You're welcome. And now I'm ready to tackle the night. Work's piling up. Yes, but it's fine, really. I just need to free up some time so I can work further on my game. Your game. The one that got showcased at Gax something? Is it Gaxpo? Right, Gaxpo. That's the one. Cool. I heard it's hard to get showcased there, so you must be really good. Oh, no. I mean, I couldn't have done it without Myrtle's help here. For real? You got like an insider entrance or something? Sorry for butting in. One of my crew members is super into gaming, so I hear about it all the time. Anyhow, don't mind me. Please continue. She got interest from one of her favorite publishers. Is that so? Yes. At Expo, one of their reps came up to my booth on the day Myrtle couldn't make it. I had to stay behind in the hotel to fix a mess in my company's files. It was too bad. I was really nervous on my own. Anyway, the rep and I talked about my game a bit. They seemed interested, and there was talk about publishing my game. At the time, I thought they were just being nice. But they actually emailed me a draft of their contract last week. Sounds like great news. Am I wrong? Well, I was ecstatic at the time. They are one of my favorite publishers after all. Right, but not to break the non-disclosure agreement or anything. The terms weren't too great, so you do get it. And, by the way, you haven't signed any NDA yet, so you're not bound to anything. That's true, but I still want to act in good faith. What for? Their terms were the furthest thing from acting in good faith. If I may ask, what terms are we talking about here? I'm sorry, I'm just a bit lost. Right, sorry about that. To sum it up, they're going to invest in the game and cover all the necessary expenses. They'll do the marketing, promotion, distribution, and all that. Okay, but if I'm unable to meet the deadline, or refuse to adhere to their request for changes, or breach any of the stated agreements in the contract, many of which are rather questionable, I must return all of their money, regardless of my progress on the game. What? It won't be cheap at all, mind you. I can only imagine. If I fail to do so, they'll have full ownership of the game. Okay, that sounds shady as fuck. That sounds hell shady. I don't know what to say. That can't be right, can it? So what if they are the ones who breached the contract? I get to keep my game. Okay. That's it? No, that's not all. I'll have to return any of the unused investments too. What? That's what I said. Pardon me, but are they for real? I said that too. There's still plenty more, but it's alright. I think I get the gist of it. When I first read it, I thought, maybe the terms are this way because it's still a draft. I suppose, yes. I also thought maybe it was something that could still be worked out and discussed. That is, until I asked Myrtle for advice. I see. It's a trash contract, Aqua. I know, I get it, but it's just, I just keep thinking, you know? What if this is how all the contracts are? What if this is the best I could get? It's not, though. But what if? It's not, though. Will you still help me, Myrtle, or not? Is that really what's important here? Right now? Come on, Aqua. I know you're not this dense. It would be nice if you heard what I'm actually saying, and not what you think I'm saying. What do you mean by that? Sorry, just a second. Oh. I think I better go. I have to prepare a report for a presentation tomorrow. Alright, are you going to be okay? Yes, I think so. What about you, Myrtle? I think I'll stay for a bit. Okay, then I'll see you around, Jade. Bye, Miss Aqua. Safe trip home. Are you alright? Yeah. I just got so frustrated when she kept asking me hypothetical questions. Hypothetical questions, such as? She asked if I would still be willing to help. should she accept something like this in the future? What kind of question even is that? It's as if she doesn't trust me. Or anything I say for that matter. I don't think it's because she doesn't trust you or your expertise. From her perspective, everything feels like a potential chance. So to be faced with a questionable contract like that, from her favorite publisher no less, she may very well be just feeling a little shaken up. That's a good point. But I'm with her, right? She has nothing to worry about. Even so, she may still worry. If she's that worried, why don't you just say something like, "Of course I'll help, but only if the terms aren't so crappy." That should do it, right? Unless you did and she's not convinced, then I don't know. I thought, if I tell her that, and she decides to go ahead with it anyway, I know for a fact I won't be able to refuse her at that point. I see. Besides, we already agreed from the start to only work on the game when we have the time, so basically you're not sure if you want to come in. What are you talking about? Of course it's not that. Things can change when you start involving money in anything. Can't really argue with that. I know how some of these companies work. They're looking for ideas from the small guys and find a way to pluck things they want from the project, then trash the rest. No respect for the effort whatsoever. A publisher may be one of her favorites, but that doesn't mean they're a good company. Especially with that garbage contract. Really shows what they truly are. Right. I really like working with her on the game. I honestly do. I love hearing what she wants to tell with her game. We're also not bound by some brand company rules or anything, so brainstorming ways to incorporate our ideas into the game is more interesting and more enjoyable. A good change from what I do during the day as a game designer. Right. I just want her to understand that I'm just worried about her. All valid reasons. Yeah, Jade is right, though I wonder, did you say any of that to your pal at all? What? Why would I do that? Why would you not do that? Not to be creepy or anything, but when I overheard you guys, it's creepy. Right, sorry. So me being creepy aside, obviously you thought a lot about this. But like, if all you talked about was how dumb the contract was, and not any of what you just said, if I were in her position, I would feel pretty bummed too, because I'd be wondering if my partner still had my back, you know? Like, if they even care at all. Because it sounds like the project is her baby. Just like you said, work and relationships don't mix well. So it wouldn't be too far out if she worries about all the same stuff you do, right? Now, having said that, I feel even more like an ass about what happened yesterday. Hindsight is really 20/20. I guess it can come off that way. I just thought it would be a given she would understand where I'm coming from, but maybe I'm taking things for granted. It's me who didn't trust her. I just didn't want things to change. Embarrassing. Some friend I am. I'm leaving. Alright, I hope everything will turn out well. We'll see. Have a safe journey home. Yes, goodbye. Bye. What a night. I didn't get anything done at all. That's too bad. Was that like a regular occurrence here or something? Not them specifically, just like in general. Well, you seem used to this, so the answer is definitely yes, right? Not all the time, but often enough. Cool, cool. So that's the real reason why this place is called Coffee Talk. You make people talk. I do. Well, feels like this whole place does. I talk about myself a lot more than usual, which is kind of weird, but also weirdly cathartic. I'll take that as a compliment. I think you should. It's a feature. I reckon there's more benefit from talking things out without having to get smashed first. More embarrassing to remember, sure, but great for self-reflection. Good point. Anyhow, before I forget, could you hold on to something for me? A fidget spinner with a social media handle printed on its back.
Raid. IJM. Said. Hi.
Hello, raiders. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. I hope everybody is having a fantastic existence.
Unicorn Turtle. Said. So at Miss Sky Ticket. Stream Elements. Said. Look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel, https://www.twitch.tv/@MissKatieCat. Miss Sky Ticket. Said. I was playing Tavern Talk the demo and saw you were playing Coffee Talk.
Tavern Talk the demo, huh? I haven't heard of that one. Is that like a tavern version of Coffee Talk or something? Because I thought that was what Valhalla was, but okay. Yeah, I've been having quite a bit of fun with Coffee Talk. This is the second game specifically. And we just got a fidget spinner.
Stream Elements. Said.
A fidget
Stay thirsty,
spinner.
my friends.
My old
Hydrate.
business card.
Miss
If
Sky
the-
Ticket. Said. It's Coffee Talk meets Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay, now that sounds interesting. I'm going to write this on my little sticky note over here real quick. Just give me a second. Where did my sticky note go? There it is. Tavern Talk. Okay. I will definitely check that out. That sounds interesting. If the lady from yesterday comes again, could you give that to her? You mean Miss Riona? Yes, Riona. I mean, Ihora Nepal. Do you know about Valhalla, by the way? I don't know if you've heard of Valhalla, but it's like a bar version of Coffee Talk, pretty much. I couldn't find her online with just her first name, if that's even her real name. I thought maybe you could pass that along with my info to her, so she can DM me. Also, in this forum, it's less likely to get thrown out, right?
Said. I thought everyone meant Assassin's Creed Valhalla, LOLOL.
Oh yeah, no, not Assassin's Creed. It's spelled differently with some ones in it and stuff. Nope. Right? It really depends on the person. An influencer's contact info for a certain someone. Do you think she'll throw it away? Honestly, I can't really say. Now you're making me nervous. Can you give it back? I might need it right now. Sure. No, it's fine. Keep it. I need to keep my resolve. How about writing down your email instead? It'll feel a bit more personal that way. You think so? I thought she'd be more comfortable about contacting me if it's less personal. That's why I figured her DMing me would be better. But then again, you're right, a direct line would be better here. But what if she throws it away? At least you'll have sincerely tried. True that. Alright, I'll trust your judgment, Jade. Piece of paper with Lucas's Tomo.chill username and phone number written on it. An influencer's contact info for a certain someone. In that case, could you please give it to her when the time seems right? If she even comes back, that is. I'll see what I can do. Alright, sweet. Thanks, Jade. You're the best. I better go before the rain gets worse. See you around, Jade. Don't work too hard, okay? Thanks. Safe trip. Take care. What a day. Hmm. Gobbly Labs to fight invasive lionfish by releasing killer algae. UFO spotted by Space National Guard fighters this morning. Always change your OTPs. Government's advice on preventing data leaks baffles everyone. Lua. Myrtle Lish is listening is an art I often take for granted. Aqua. It's nice when things are communicated properly. Lucas. Just found out coffee, honey, and milk drink is not a meal replacement. Georgie. I just stopped those young fellers for drunk driving, so that's a lesson for y'all to keep your spirits in control. Bailey's. Quality work comes with a price you can't ask for. A $1,000 quality and ask to pay $150. Respect the people you've decided to work with. Lucas. By the way, does your phone battery suck? I've been using this power bank in the past month. Can I click the link for info? I can't click the link. Come on now. Riona. Party drinks restocking new schedule due to new regulations. Cutoff order time 1. Shop closes at 1:30. Delivery from Bellevue. Rachel. Just finished today's dance practice. I'm all sweated out, but my coach said that I've really improved lately. The price of happiness. The cashier rang me $13 for 2 packs of cigarettes I chose from behind the counter. It should be enough to keep me sane for 4 days if I carefully smoke 10 a day. I lit one as soon as I left the convenience store. 9 cigarettes left for today. I checked my phone as I walked to the cafe. I usually do my writing at Spotify. Just charge me. Cafe I just usually do my writing at. Spotify just charged me its monthly fee, $10. Seeing that my last draft was 80,000 minutes and more, that was a tenner well spent. I closed the Spotify notification, along with some email notifications about the permanent jobs I was hoping to get. All polite rejections. Freelance for a little bit more, so it seemed. I stubbed out my cigarette on the trash can by the cafe's door before brushing the ashes that managed to claim some spots on my discounted flannel shirt. The cafe was completely empty, except for the clearly uni students struggling over their assignments. People with proper jobs don't work in a cafe after all. They worked in tall buildings with ID cards and fancy suits. The kind of people who had their lives figured out, with every expense planned well into their 80s. I sat in the smoking area. A cup of $2 iced coffee stood tall beside my laptop, droplets of condensation playfully racing each other to the table. Some droplets stayed on the brim of the cups, as if planning their way down, finding the smoothest possible path. I cheered for those droplets figuring out their track, not knowing what lies at the bottom of the plastic cup, not knowing if they can even make it there either. And so I began typing. I had to cover this economic research paper by some Nobel Prize winner about the amount of money they need to make a year to achieve optimal living conditions. It's $75,000 a year, by the way. That number, for an immigrant who just started chasing the American dream, like me, was sky high. I do pay a fortune for my beat-up apartment. The monthly cost for the subway alone is above $100. If I count my yearly expenses.
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
As responsible adults should, they should reach about that amount, if not more. I wondered if that meant I was living optimally. I mean, I sure as hell was not. But I wondered. Maybe the price of happiness is different for each person. Maybe those Nobel winners didn't count the price of addiction, or depression, or other words society categorized as mental health conditions. Have they accounted for the price of antidepressants and sleeping pills in that 75 grand? That is the cost for some people to be able to sleep and function. I was damn sure it wasn't included in that number. Maybe people born with more scars on their body have to pay more to be happy, and to think that happy is such a sadly abstract unit of measure. How do you even measure happiness in numbers? In the amount of possessions one has in their bedroom, the number of children you have, and how their upbringing is facilitated by the digits on your bank account, and how many times you smiled in a day. If the last one is how you measure happiness, do fake smiles count? See, too many variables, and I had to present all this bullshit in a 700 words or less article. The 700 words or less article that will be rewarded with $100 if it got enough clicks. It still hasn't, and probably never will. So do you think this number is the right price for your happiness? Let us know in the comment section. I ended my article on that cheerful note, ignoring the irony of the question itself, just like I ignored my fifth cigarette slowly burning down on the ashtray. Another wasted payment to cover the price of happiness. 5 cigarettes left for today. There's an eerie atmosphere out there tonight. Feels like a night for old friendships and new acquaintances. Is anyone there? Oh, it's a kitty cat. Hello there, buddy. Hello, you gave me a start. You're a Nekomimi, right? You're going to transform any second now? Or maybe not. Jade and new customer. Miss Lua? I don't think this is a coffee drinking sort of cat. No, it would appear not. Do you have a new pet cat then? I'm not quite sure. This is my first time seeing this little one. Are you sniffing me, kitty? Do you want cuddles? Alright, no cuddles. Cats. Indeed. I wonder if it's lost, but it doesn't have a collar, so it might be a stray. It's cute though, would make a nice mascot. I would think that's up to it, not up to us. Cats. Right. Anyhow, it's been a little while. It has. Last time we saw you was, well, over a week ago, wasn't it? What have you been up to? Honestly? Mostly work as usual. I won't lie, I'm pretty beat. Did you just leave the office? Yes, but in my defense, I spent the last hour looking at wedding dresses on Tomodachi. Well, that sounds like fun, doesn't it? It's not. Unfun. That's a moderately enthusiastic response. How are the wedding preparations going? They're going. I might need a drink before I answer that. You certainly look like you could use something warm. Something warm and cozy, yes. Milky and soothing with just a bit of warm spice. I'm going to hit my pillow soon, so something that will help me sleep. Now I can see you have snazzy new ingredients. We have blue pea and hibiscus now, indeed. That sounds interesting. I'd like to try hibiscus in, with milk and warm spice, please. Lua. Votre aimé. That's the same one that she had on the first game, okay. So I won't bother translating it again. Pink spice. A smooth but spicy draught, warm and refreshing at the same time. Poor kitty. Did the machine wake you up? Here goes the mascot. Maybe he'll come back later. I bet it will. Cats always have reasons for their actions, even if they're often rather mysterious ones. That's true. Anyhow, here's your drink, Miss Lua. This smells lovely. It also has a lovely color. And it tastes lovely. I knew I could count on you, Jade. You're always a sight for sore taste buds or something. I'm glad you like it. I love it. Right, so the wedding preparations. You and Mr. Bailey's are still getting married, of course. Oh yes, absolutely. After everything we've been through, I'm not about to back down now. Bailey's is still very much my person, with the long years and all. So none of those pesky cold feet? That sounds like good news. No cold feet and no cold anything. In fact, my stress is running so high, I feel like I have steam coming out of my horns. That doesn't sound like good news. Yeah, it's just such a big thing, you know? I feel like that's all we talk about, but we're not making much progress. We're not further along than we were weeks ago. Do you have different expectations of the day? I don't know. I'm not sure I even know what my expectations are anymore. I look at all these weddings on Tomodachi, and they all do this special over-the-top stuff. I don't have any original ideas like that. What about Mr. Bailey's? He enjoys creative endeavors, doesn't he? He does, but that's another issue. My parents are willing to pay for part of the wedding, and I earn a good living, so I can cover most of it. Bay wants to contribute his share, but he can't really afford it. And as you know, his parents aren't in the picture anymore. Do you still feel guilty about that? No, I don't think so. If I've learned anything, it's that you need to let the people you love make their own choices. But I am concerned, both about Bay dropping all his savings on this stuff, and about him trying to guess what I want, rather than expressing his own wishes. It sounds like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, trying to make sure everyone's happy. Maybe, but I guess that's unavoidable, right? Oh, Neil's back. Hey there, buddy. Hello, Neil. Is this space person you told me about weeks ago the one who used to come to the cafe? I thought it might be them, but I'm not sure now. Is it a different space person? I guess that was kind of racist of me to assume it was. It's a different color. It's not an orange spacesuit, so yeah, it might be a different person. I'm sorry. They didn't seem to react to my greeting, because Neil's was orange, right? Besides, last time we saw Neil, he had changed his name to Silver, and he looked rather more human. Yeah, that's true, he did, didn't he? I see. This is all very mysterious. Also, did you hear them come in? I didn't, but then I rarely do. They are stealthy. Bartender, what does a girl have? And it identifies as a girl. Neil was a boy, right? So, pour me a stiff one. Beg your pardon? This isn't quite that kind of place, isn't it? Our research indicates that this is the way one should order a drink in a place of public consumption. It sounds like your research was based on orc westerns. Is there anything wrong with orc westerns? We rather enjoyed them. No, I guess not. They're just very different from reality. In what ways? That? It would take a very long time to answer that. I guess the better question is, how are they similar? How are they similar? You did say it was a better question. That's fair enough. I suppose the honest answer is, The way people feel emotions is similar. How they're ambitious and have dreams. How they want things and sometimes get jealous of others. But also how they help each other out. And how they fall in love. It sounds like Earthlings have very busy feelings. I guess we do. Are your people very different in that respect? We are. They're just a giant orgy on whatever plane they exist on. Although we want things too, but it appears that Earthlings have at least 94.3828 more emotions than we do. How do you distinguish between them all? To be honest, sometimes we don't. Reading others isn't easy, nor is understanding ourselves for that matter. That adds some spice to life, I guess. It sounds to us like it would be helpful to have those emotions displayed, especially in movies. Perhaps you could write them at the top of the screen. Cinema from the 20s would certainly agree with you. But, pardon me, you're not Neil, are you? Or Silver? Indeed, we are not. Our name is Amanda. Oh, we got a new space friend. Okie dokie, we got a new space friend. Amanda. Amanda. So there are several of you here on Earth. There are a great many of us everywhere. Our average density is 3,450.45 per galaxy. But this is not the topic of our present conversation. No, you wanted a drink, didn't you? We do wish to absorb some liquid matter, yes, similarly to what the purple earthling has been doing. The purple earthling? That's more like a fuchsia or pink, honestly. That's certainly a description. Is it wrong? Well, would it be more accurate to describe you as the four appendages earthling? Do you mean my horns and my ears? Miss Amanda, we usually avoid addressing customers by the number of their appendages. Oh, we apologize, but we cannot address the customer by name as we do not know it. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. That's my bad. I'm Lua. 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 Yes, it has a very pleasing sound. Oh, well, thank you. We wish to absorb some liquid matter, as Lua has been doing. Of course. And do you have any idea as to what kind of liquid matter that might be? Something bright-colored and memorable. We want our first drink on Earth to be an experience we shall never forget. No pressure, Jade. It's quite all right. We were born to rise to this kind of challenge. That's the spirit. Any other ideas, Miss Amanda? We want the taste to be very spicy. We know that some places serve weak drinks. To bipeds with female denominations, our research has determined that behavior to be undesirable in 99.9999 of all occurrences. Fortunately, this isn't that kind of place either. Indeed, so you would like something vivid and spicy. What if it was, let's say, blue and gingery? We do not know what gingery means, but blue and gingery sounds good to us. Blue and gingery, okay. A blue lightning coming right up. The best remedy for an upset tummy or a bored mind, and a pretty color to boot. This is vivid indeed. Now let's try it. This is interesting. We heard that we might struggle to experience taste, but we can certainly feel the kick of this. Your reputation was well deserved, Jade. And what kind of reputation is that? Sounds like word is getting around Soon this place will become a hipster den. I should probably start looking for an alternative haunt. I hope not. I would miss you a lot, Miss Lua. Besides, isn't that what a hipster does? Go to places only before they become cool? Touche. I guess you'll be stuck with me a while longer. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, Miss Amanda, what was that about my reputation? We heard about you from our sibling formerly known as Neil. I see. Sibling. This isn't a future hipster den, this is an alien den. You should consider rebranding as Cafe Close Encounters. That makes it sound like a rather different type of place. So what brings you here, Amanda? Please define your question. Do you mean here on this planet? That too, but also here in this cafe. We are on this planet on a research and rescue mission. Is that like a search and rescue? Perhaps. It is a mission to gather numbers for research, as well as to rescue our sibling. We are in this cafe to wait for our... Is he okay? We made an appointment as is the custom here. They should arrive in 2 minutes, 3 seconds, and 12 milliseconds. Please pardon the roughness of our estimate. That's more than good enough. You are very kind. Jade has mentioned your sibling a few times. I think. Silver, right? Indeed. We are a part of the same hive mind. A hive mind? That sounds pretty amazing. But doesn't that make appointments less useful? That would have been true some time ago. But Neil, now known as Silver, is becoming more human by the day. Their connection to the hive mind grows tenuous. That must feel a little lonely, to lose your connection to your family when you've been so close. Perhaps. What does it mean to be lonely? It's when you think about other people and they're not here, and that makes you sad. It makes you feel like you have a weight on your chest, like things that usually feel good to you lose a lot of their appeal. Thank you for your explanation. We think we see. We do not know. Perhaps it is a little lonely. We cannot answer this with more than a 61% certainty. Hi everyone. Hi Amanda. Speaking of the space person, here comes my former regular. I apologize. I haven't been coming by often enough lately. Hi, I'm Lua. Nice to meet you, Lua. I'm Silver. I've heard a lot about you. Silver. Have you? You probably pictured me in a bigger suit. I guess so, yes. A bit like your sibling here. I understand, but I've been undergoing many changes lately. I let go of the suit. This form makes me feel truer to who I am now. I also changed my name for the same reason. Have you been waiting long, Amanda? Not unduly. This is a bit awkward. Just a bit. Amanda, yes, you should know that I have been missing you a lot. What is miss? Is it like being lonely? Yes, it is. When did you learn what lonely is? We have been told that is the name of the feeling we have when we think about you. That's... I just bring it in. Bring what? Oh. That is one long hug. So cute. I can hear you, you know? Right. As we were saying, we appreciate your being only 3 milliseconds late. It's good to see you haven't changed. You have, and yet you haven't. Now that you are close, you feel part of the hive again, and your presence is similar to what it always was. It makes me really happy to hear that. You should order a drink as is customary. Then we can proceed with our discussion of the mission. The mission? Didn't Jade tell you about that? Not really. Well, the reason I came here in the first place was to find love. You mean to reproduce with a local species? That's another way to put it. I think I remember you putting it in those terms yourself, Silver. I did, yes, but that was a long time ago. I'm going to tell you everything. But first, Amanda is right. I would like to order a drink. I can taste them properly now, so I enjoy them a lot more. Happy to hear that. What would you like? I would like something new and unique. I want to explore all these new sensations. But nothing too strong, please. I don't have the same tolerance as before. Also, I'm in the mood for something a bit sweet and floral, and maybe with a bit of freshness to it. Something new, but not too strong. A bit sweet, floral, and refreshing. Maybe blue? Oh, I do love blue, wop-dee, wop-a-die. Something sweet, floral, refreshing, and blue, then please. Flower bed. An entire garden in a teacup, from the leaves to the pollen. Can you hear the bees? One bright flower bed for the silver person. This definitely looks unique. I can't wait to try it. It's delicious. Drinking through my mouth makes such a difference. To be honest, I never expected to like it this much, but now I can never get enough of it. Drinking through the glove does look uncomfortable. It's a very different experience. Not entirely unpleasant. It's also nice in its own way, but it doesn't convey taste in the same way a mouth does. It's much more about the sensation, which definitely makes it intense. But I'm happy I get to drink Jade's creations the way they were intended. As for the mission, yes, the mission has run into some difficulties. Difficulties of what nature? Well, the truth is, I still have some trouble finding myself a date. What is a date? It's a step you need to take before coupling up. You meet somewhere, you talk, you get to know the person. Not having a hive connection sounds exhausting. It could be a challenge, to be honest, but in another way, it's wonderful. Without the hive connection, when you meet someone, it's always a surprise. They react in ways I didn't expect, in ways I wouldn't, and every time I learn something new about earthly species. That too, certainly, but mostly about myself. That's definitely what being with someone is about. Every time you're honest with a person you love, you get out of your comfort zone and become a better person yourself. That sounds complicated. We need to make further computations to understand. It's different from what we're used to, but it's also pretty great. I mean, it sounds to me like you've got it figured out. Surely your dates go well enough. Thank you. You're very kind. If I may say so myself, I think I have made some progress. If I did get a date, I think it would go better than before. What's the problem then? Well, thing is, Seattle's a very big city, even by our standards. Everyone is busy running around, and people are very trusting, not like in romantic movies. You can't just ask someone on the street to go on a date with you. It sounds like you tried. Yes, I tried several times. I even stood on a plaza for a few hours, with a date me placard around my neck. That is not an optimal strategy, yes, I've realized that since. People mostly seemed a little scared. I hear most people meet their partners at work. Is that something you could try? Maybe later on. I don't know. But at the moment, I'm afraid. My work doesn't attract the right sort. I didn't know you had found a job, Silver. Yes, I did, a few months ago. I've decided to open a cafe. Really? Does that mean Jade has competition? Not at all. I would never want that. It rather feels like a small way to start a family tradition. Interesting. Anyway, after I tried all that, I was running out of ideas, so I decided to reinstall Lonely Hearts, like I did when I just arrived here. Online dating does sound like a reasonable solution. I thought so too, but the amount of dates I've gotten since I downloaded it is... Based on the surrounding parameters, we will guess absolute 0. That is accurate. Oh no, do you know why? If I'm being honest, I think I have an idea, but it might sound strange coming from me. The online dating process feels a lot alien. Please expand your explanation. Do you mean it lacks earthly species? Oh no, it has earthlings in all shapes and forms, but feels impossible to connect to them. I was much more successful at it when I first tried, months ago, but now it's a little like how my connection to the hive mind has been recently. I'm a part of it, to some extent. I feel like if I can just reach out to it, I'll find understanding. But then I do reach out, and I only find silence. That's pretty sad. Sorry, I'm making everyone gloomy now. Don't worry about that at all. I'm just wondering if I've got friends I can set you up with. But they all have partners. You're very kind, Lua. I'll find some sort of way eventually. It's pretty important that I do. It's an existential issue for some people. We will help. I don't know. I really appreciate your offer, Amanda, but even after spending years here, I still struggle with it. When I first arrived, it was hard for me to even hold a conversation. Maybe a girl might be having better luck, just because of how Earthlings are, but now I think I can read people a little better, but still, you're not looking for conversation yet, are you? You wish to connect to a hive mind, and you found it easier when you first arrived. Is that not what you said? Yes, that's true, but we are a hive mind, and we have just arrived here. We will help. It does sound reasonable. I suppose social media can be a bit like a hive mind sometimes, and there's no harm in trying, right? Well, then I guess that's settled. I'll show you how the app works when we leave here, Amanda. We are prepared. We will gather intelligence and draw conclusions with our hive powers and your human knowledge. Based on your previous experience and your new skills, we estimate our odds of success at 100%. I liked your confidence. Amanda always was a force of nature. We do not know what that means, but sounds complimentary. We are pleased. As for... Wait. We have to go. Now. But... What happened? I'll explain everything later. Sorry, Jade, Lua. See you soon, I hope. No time, let's go. Well, that was odd. Yes, that was a rather sudden departure. I hope they're going to be all right. Good evening. Evening, Mr. Agent. You two know each other. The agent here has been asking about our customers in the past, but I trust tonight he's come for a late night coffee. Sadly, no, I am here on official business. Sounds serious. It is. Very serious, Lua. Miss Lua and Jade. You know why I'm here, don't you? Well, if it's not for coffee, honestly, I'm at a loss. Is that how you want to play it? What about you, Miss Lua? Want to make an educated guess? An educated guess? Well, I swear I filed my tax return months ago. I did Bayes at the same time, so that can't be it. I have no clue. You two, do you take me for a fool? We would never. Let me make myself clear then. Have there been alien sightings at this cafe recently? Alien sightings? Sorry, but that sounds kind of far-fetched. Think again, both of you. Think carefully. If I were you, I wouldn't tell any lies. This is getting old. We didn't do anything wrong. We don't have to answer any of your questions. Actually nothing. I know my rights. You have no jurisdiction to come here and act like a big shot. I've never seen anyone in this cafe who doesn't belong here, so I suggest you take your suspicions elsewhere and leave this place and Jade alone. My investigation. Your investigation means nothing to us. I can feel myself getting angry, Mr. Agent, and trust me, you do not want to see me angry. Don't you dare put your hands on me. I did no such thing. Not yet, at least. Very well. I'll go for now, but this isn't over. I won't stand by quietly while aliens invade Seattle. Suit yourself. You'll only be wasting your time. I'll be the judge of that. A good night to you. Lua, that was impressive. Well, I may be on the quieter side, but I'm still a succubus. I'm glad you're my friend and not my enemy. Truth be told, I don't like to antagonize people, but I guess sometimes it can't be helped. Yes, I wonder what the guy was really after. He's an alien immigration agent. He's been after Silver for a while now, back when Silver was called Neil and looked like Amanda. That doesn't make me like him any more. I came very close to clipping him in his smug face, to be honest, even if I didn't touch him in the end, despite what he thought. No, indeed, you didn't touch him. What do you mean? Seems like an important ID card. A shame if someone were to lose it. Well, the agent had this on him, and now he doesn't anymore. Naughty Jade. Didn't think you had it in you. This certainly is an interesting looking ID card. I'm sure someone creative could find good uses for it. My sentiments exactly. Well, I guess you have some time to consider what to do with it, and who to pass it on to. Indeed. Anyway, this shook me more than I would like to admit. I'm so sorry. It's really not your fault, but I'm going to go and spend some time with my fiancé now, which will be all of 30 seconds, before I start snoring on his shoulder. That sounds pretty good. Say hello to him from me. Will do. This agent looks like he's going to be trouble. A seemingly important ID card. But tomorrow's another day. Atlantic countries to sign multi-billion-dollar deal for education system improvement. What returning to the office means for the Nekominis. Woodpecker almost pegs through whole utility pole. Strong beak. Rachel. Riona. Car is down for resumed deliveries tomorrow. Rachel. Working on something curious. Hyde. Also a vampire getting pregnant? Amusing. Hyde. Just watched this movie about vampire calling themselves vegan by drinking animal blood. Tried it once. It was neither sat. Did he just watch oh god, it has been a minute. Twilight? That was the name of it, right? The glittery vampires? Edward and, Is that a reference to that? Lucas, do you think a satyr would look good with leg tattoos? Asking for a friend and not for me at all. I'm not sure. I mean, would a tattoo show through a satyr's fur? I mean, maybe if it showed through, but I don't know about that one. Where the love is. I often find it scary how he seems to know what I want. Like this late morning, he took the rest of the leftover coffee in the pot to the kitchen and added some cold milk, ice, and a caramel syrup to it before bringing it back to the small table we were working at. Here, 1 cup of morning coffee, and yet you still look tired, man. I couldn't figure out if it was the perfect amount of syrup he added, or the little smile he wore that made the now iced caramel latte so delicious. With him, it's always a bit of both. Thank you, my good sir. Just what I in this report needed. One of my favorite things with him has always been when we were jokingly polite to each other. Then again, anything we do together is always a favorite of mine. We came back to our Saturday workload as the day went by. You know, if you weren't at my flat, I would probably have spent the day just hanging on the couch and watching Netflix. Having your boyfriend cuddle you in silence as we each do our work really boosts your performance, I can tell you. Often, I wish I could just bring him to the office and replace my stiff office chair. It could still get stiff though. I mean, what? Wonder what my boss Jolene would say. She would probably be mad, but I could argue that he really brings out the best in me and would make me less cranky at the job. The increase in work performance has to be worth it. I was still forming my right argument for my theoretical debate with Jolene when he closed his laptop with a long yawn that sounded like satisfaction. Done already? Lucky. Well, I'm not stopping every 5 minutes to daydream, so... He played with my hair as he spoke. I could feel his fingers untangling my morning knots lock by lock. You don't have a boyfriend messing with your hair while you're working, so of course you're done already. Should I leave then? You know I eventually have to go home. No, stay till lunch. As you wish then, m'lady. He continued stroking my hair gently, sometimes attempting to braid it before giving up and letting it come undone again. I held back the urge to turn around and just kiss him hard. Damn that report. Maybe having him at the office would be a bad idea. You win, Jolene. We stayed as we were till lunchtime. You know, it's one of those moments where I love you from him would make the moment perfect. We just sat there without a word. The thing is, he never says those words first. I can't understand why. He's a published poet, and yet somehow he doesn't understand the importance of those 3 damned words all girls want to hear. Maybe he just has, connection issues. I mean, some people just have issues connecting sometimes. If it weren't for that, he would be perfect. I know I'm nitpicking here, but still, it would be nice to hear it from time to time. So, lunch? He let go of his embrace so he could face me. My nose was still buried in my laptop, crayonning in numbers and dual sheets. Okay, but let's order in. I'm still not finished. Pizza it is then. I'm pretty sure you still have some coupons left. Spot on. Both about the food choice and the coupons. Again, it's almost scary when someone really knows you inside out. I would freak out if it was anyone else, but it's fine when it's him. Because you know, I love him. He stood up and grabbed the phone he had left at the kitchen counter to place the order. Pineapple, he shouted from the kitchen. Of course. What am I, a monster? I could hear him chuckle in the kitchen, followed by the sound of the door opening. The exact drawer where I keep all the food coupons. All of me is like second nature to him. You know what? Maybe it's fine if he doesn't say I love you all that much. His readers might read his rough poems and swoon over the moon because of his words. But I know it's me he's writing about. I know it's me who he loves. It's me he understands like no one else. After all, he knows where the caramel syrup and the pizza coupons are. I know where the love is. Yep, that is true love when a person knows you that well, pays attention to you and sees you. That's true love. How are you feeling, Miss Rachel? Oh, I like that shirt of yours. Very nice shirt. As good as I can. Or is that a jacket? That might be a jacket. As good as I can be. What is it? Nothing. I think I'll never get used to seeing a Nekomimi transformation is all. In a good way or bad way? In a good way, of course. It's quite magical. Thanks. So, do you need anything? A towel, perhaps? Lua, I would literally go to the office every day in a wedding dress if only these skanks in HR would allow it. It was pouring outside when you came in. Do you have a hair dryer? A hair dryer. Unfortunately, we don't. Then, nope, I'm good. You sure? Jade, a little rain won't hurt me. I'll be fine. Alright, if you say so. Hey now, I'm no longer a kid, okay? It's been 3 years already. I aged too, you know. It has nothing to do with that. Hold on. So do Nekomimis age the same as humans, or do they age the same as cats? Because for a cat, that would be 21 years. So is she 40-something now, or is she just 21? The last thing I want is for a star to get ill because of poor service here. Then you just have to treat me real nice. How about making me a special drink? A special drink? What do you have in mind? Something milky and slightly sweet, and some brightness to negate this gloomy weather. Some brightness, as in flavor or color. Up to you. I mean, different colors usually have different effects, right? Alright, I'll try. Yay! Oh, and no coffee, please. Can you summarize your order for me? A colorful, non-coffee latte with honey, please. Lucas, of course I should shave my fur. How? You can see the yeah, okay, so yeah, he would have to shave to see the tattoo. Okay, I mean, maybe. Maybe sailors can get tattoos on their legs. Okay. Let's see. So according to this total not guide that I'm looking at, that I'm totally not looking at, this one right here can change the game on day 13. So there's like 3-4 different options we can get for her. So I'll just choose one at random, I think. Sweetheart latte, and then I'm going to give her the fidget spinner and see what she thinks about that. Rachel, birthday February 29th. Sweetheart latte, garnished with bits of rose petals. This latte is refreshing in both taste and appearance. What's this? This is so 17. Why are you giving this to me? Oh, Lucas? Isn't he that seer influencer? I follow this guy. He's fun. He was here? Cool. I don't get why you're giving me this, though. Sorry about that. Let me know what you think about this. It's cute. Also, it's pink. Yes. What do you call this again? We call it Sweetheart Latte. Cute. Thank you. Please give it a try and let me know what you think. Okay. It's not strawberry latte, is it? It's too sour for that. Don't tell me just yet. Let me guess. Okay. Cranberry? Nope. But now that you mention it, it does have a similar taste to cranberry. But it's not that, right? What is it then? It's hibiscus. Oh, how do you like it? I love it. It's sweet, tart, and creamy at the same time. Why Sweetheart Latte though? Well, it tastes both sweet and sour. It contains milk, so it's creamy and comforting. Like a sweetheart. Sweet, sour, and comforting. Speaking of sour, I'm surprised the milk isn't all curdled up. I remember at a party someone tried to mix us a cocktail using lemon, soda, and milk. It was yucky. It's because you need to use the right ratio of ingredients. Then you have to mix them at the right temperature. Additionally, you have to froth it to prevent curdling and... So what you're saying is it's not something I can make myself. Of course you can. But why make it yourself when I'm always at your service? Excellent response. 5 stars. Since when have you gotten so smooth, Jade? Only happens on the rarest occasions. So it's best if you do not get used to it. So, Sweetheart Latte. A fussy but comforting sweet and sour. I see. At any rate, has it really been that long already? My last visit here was probably over a year ago, wasn't it? I believe so. It was around the time your images started to appear on buses. Right. Things just took off and suddenly I had no more free time. How are you hanging? Busy, but it's good. Great even. A lot is happening, actually. Yeah? Like, I've been busy shooting new music videos and such. A lot of photo shoots, too. I'm also set to appear on several shows and podcasts, and I'm creating a new single. Is that so? That's great news. Nope. Don't congratulate me yet. Okay. I'm still in the process of making it, in more ways than one. What do you mean? I'm actually creating the song this time. Wow. And I'll be collabing with AJ. Wait a second. You mean the guy who's always on your playlist? Arimi Jindru. That's really cool. I know. I'm excited. Can't wait to hear it. I also had no idea you made songs. I know I don't look like it, but truthfully, from the time I was a kid, it's always been a dream of mine. Writing songs and dancing. More specifically, singing and dancing to my own songs. A one Nekomimi pop-up concert. A pop-up concert? You know, a concert that pops up randomly. You see, it happens sometimes in malls or in a popular, busy street. Yes, I see what you mean. You miss it, and it's gone, leaving only memories of the one-of-a-kind show, the one-of-a-kind experience. Sounds rather exciting, right? I guess I've always loved being on stage. But you know, we all wanted to become everything when we were kids. But as you grow up, you have to pick your battles. And, for me, singing and dancing just came much more naturally than creating my own music. At least until now. I thought to myself, if I can't do it alone, Then I'll make it with someone who definitely knows what they're doing. You definitely chose the right guy, right? I am taking in fresh inspiration even now. Who knows? Maybe I'll get inspired from your drinks too. But I'm so excited you can't believe. And so, keeping an eye out for it, okay? Whenever it's out, I mean. Will do. I knew it. A blackout. Yeah, it happened before. Only when the weather gets this bad. Give me a quick second, please. I'll turn on the generator. Okay. And the Banshee comes back. Cute. Miss Riona, welcome. Hello. Sorry about my absence earlier. I was just turning on the generator. Miss Rachel, is everything alright? Yes. I was just surprised by the thunder for a second there. Yeah, well, everything should hold on for now. Okay. Happy to see you again, Miss Riona. How are you feeling tonight? Honestly, not the best. I'm sorry to hear that. Can you make me something nice with a bit of sweetness? Of course, anything you want. I recall last time you suggested an interesting drink to me. Something with blue tea and milk. That's about right. Could you please prepare that for me? But make it ever so slightly sweeter this time. It's been quite a day. I think I deserve the sugar. Roger that. I have just the perfect drink for you. Okay. Then a blue latte with a hint of sweetness, please. Dream in blue. This mesmerizing and earthy latte imbues you with the calmness and serenity on sight. An email? Is it from that person from before? Lucas, wasn't it? He wants me to contact him? I'll think about it. Thank you. You're welcome. One dream in blue for the lady in blue who's got the blues. But I'm not wearing any blue though. You have that cool blue thing going on. I love it. Thank you. I just saw a little kid and her mom walking hand in hand. It made me feel so warm in my chest. I guess I'm calling my mom tonight. Aqua. Gala. Oh, Gala's coming in. Anything else you need? No, it's fine. Thank you. Just one of those days. I suppose. It's one of those moments when it seems like everything is collapsing simultaneously. Not necessarily great by any means. I know how that feels. Want to talk about it? Rachel is feeling generous today. Good evening. Doctor, long time no see. Hey Rachel, still a hospital admissions officer here. I know, I'm just kidding. Welcome, Mr. Gala. Hey Jade, I'm just here for a quick drink before I get to work. But looks like I'll have to take a breather first. I'll have to agree. Please make yourself at home. So, you were saying? The lady and I were in the middle of a conversation. We were. Maybe at the beginning of one. I'll back off if I'm being too nosy, though. I'm just very happy today. I see. Should I move over there? No, you're fine. I'm curious about how you've been doing, too. But gotta keep the momentum with sister over there. Alright then, please don't mind me. This reminds me strongly of my very first visit here. To be frank, this may be the place where people ask me the most questions. Is that a good or a bad thing? I'm not sure yet, but I do not mind it too much. Truthfully, I do not interact with many people on a daily basis, since I'm on the road most of the time. Is that so? What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? I'm a Groover driver, but I only do interstate route deliveries, mostly. Sounds tough. It's not as bad as it sounds. I quite enjoy driving. It helps clear the mind, sometimes. Right, that's true. I drove a cab in Manhattan back in the early 60s. You did? Yes, I had to stop after a few months since it got pretty dangerous. Dangerous? How? Because people kept trying to pick a fight with me. I also had a few people try to skip paying fares or rob me. That sounds so terrifying and dangerous. Well, it was back in the early 60s. People weren't as kind to us as they are now. But I get why you like driving. I always enjoyed the long drive back and forth from airports. I see. Prior to focusing exclusively on delivery, I used to accept passengers as well. Why the change? Because 7 out of 10 would cancel on me, usually right after they entered my car as well, which resulted in my suspension. What? Why? Because I terrify them. That's just rude. I agree with Miss Rachel. It sounds so unreasonable. I must admit I looked significantly different back then. It was because I never had to deal with so many people before. I was living in seclusion, far away from big cities up until that point. And so, during the appeal period, I attempted to make myself appear less frightening. In the meantime, I was permitted to make deliveries. Right. It turns out that I enjoyed doing deliveries much more than I expected. So, I rescinded my appeal. Additionally, the schedule flexibility allows me to focus more on my training and auditions. Did you say auditions? For what? I've been auditioning for a soprano role. Really? That sounds cool. No, it's not cool at all. Why do you say that? I've tried for years and have yet to land one single role. I also lost air pressure in one of my tires, by the way. Really? Yes. The officer already warned us about it too. However, I'm not quite yet sure if it's related to his case. I'll let Officer Georgie know about it when he comes in. Thank you. So yes, not a good day. I'm sorry to hear that. It's fine. I'm used to it. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just going to check my messages. Okay. It's nice to see you again, Rachel. Same. You must have been busy. I haven't seen you around here in a while. How's Henry? Dad's fine. He's been pretty busy too. Not as busy as you, it seems. I've seen him here at least every other month or so.
Said.
Really, Jade?
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
He won't let me stay out late on my break, yet he comes here to see you all. Well, just kidding. I know he comes here often. It's fine. He's old. He needs breaks more than me. Right. Being able to unwind becomes more important as you get older. Be sure he gets his yearly checkups, though. Will do. So what's with you these days? Not a lot, but I have a small problem at work, actually. What is it? Well, as a person who handles patient admissions, I have to handle really young kids sometimes. We're not a children's hospital, so they usually come in as urgent cases. That's why I try to make the admission process as painless as possible, just to make things a little easier for everyone involved. Sadly, kids tend to get scared of me, which makes expediting their admissions more difficult sometimes. But you're like one of the most nicest guys I know. Well, they're usually really, really young. Do you know what makes him so afraid of you? You mean other than the fact that he's huge and covered in band-aids? Not exactly, but I think yeah, size has something to do with it. I still tower over them, even when I get down to their eye level. They probably feel vulnerable too. I see what you mean. Not exactly what you would call a great combo. Not at all. Again, it's not a big deal. I'm just wondering if there's anything I can do about it. Hey Jade. Yes, didn't realize it was already this late. Seems like I'll have to go soon. Can I order now? Of course. What will it be? I'll have my usual, a mix of tea, milk, and ginger, a Galahad. Okie dokie. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to give him the fidget spinner. Alright. Gala, birthday September 13th. Galahad, a ginger chai latte, good calm and warm your nerves. A fidget spinner? I don't think I need it. Oh, wait. This might be a good idea. Giving small toys to children to ease their anxiety. Nobody likes being in a hospital after all. I'll take it as a reference. Thank you, Jade. Special drink just for you, sir. Made in a jiffy without compromising quality. Thanks. It's great, as usual. I can't seem to make it like you do. But it still works, right? At least for the intended purpose. It does. I'm just saying yours is still the best, taste-wise. What is it anyway? Ginger latte? It's closer to ginger milk tea, I think. What Jade said. Either way, I've come to like it as my late night shift drink of choice, since I'm trying to cut back on my caffeine intake. For health reasons? Pretty much, yeah. I find myself better at controlling my fury that way. I see. That's good to know. Guess I'll have to rely on you and my venture into the world of tea drinking. You can count on me. I should leave before the storm gets worse. Next time, we'll catch up. Okay. Alright. Sorry to leave in the middle of the conversation. Hang in there. It always gets better. Thank you. Have a safe trip. See you. Riona, isn't it? I'm sorry to hear about the auditions. Trust me, I really get how you're feeling right now. Yes? I've been rejected by agencies many times too, before I finally made it into my previous group. Miss Rachel here is an idol. Her single is on the shelves behind you. That's amazing. Thanks. Do you have a reel up online somewhere? You might be playing on a different field, but I would still love to see it. I took it down a long time ago. Why? I had to deal with a lot of online harassment. Therefore, I removed it to save myself some headaches. What? People are unbelievable. Don't mind the haters. They're just people who have nothing better to do. Right. I suppose you must have dealt with similar things before. Plenty. It comes with the fame, for better or for worse. Haters gonna hate, hate, hate. I see. Anyway, you should keep it up. Maybe I can ask my colleagues if they know any audition leads. If you link me your reel. Are you sure? Yes. I mean, no promises, but I'll try. I have a video if you want to see it. Of course. Let me move over there then. A video of Riona singing. Wow. I might not get opera, but that was pretty nice. It would be great if you posted more of these online. What do you mean? Okay, so she actually watched the video, so that pretty much, I think that pretty much answers the question, because most of the time, at least from my understanding of Banshee lore, it would hurt your ears immediately upon hearing it. So if she just watched the video and she's fine, then that was just haters being hateful. Which makes me wonder how that rumor got started in the first place in this world, if that's not the case, but okay. You have this je ne sais quoi thing going on, an unusualness that may captivate some people. I know, you should upload your stuff on Tomochill. I bet many people will love it. Not to mention, I'm just loving that blue hair. That's some very pretty hair she's got going on. It's alright. What's wrong? I don't think I'm cut out to have any presence online. I don't fit in with the culture. I told you, don't mind the haters. I mean, it's not just that. I might also have a complex regarding something else. What complex? You both might dislike me for this. Why? I wish to do my best in the old-fashioned way, so to speak. Meaning, it seems more appropriate for me to follow the traditional route, as opposed to using shortcuts or things that are online. I get it. I realize this makes me sound snobbish. No, you're just a hard worker. That's all it is. Nothing wrong with that. Who cares? Everybody is a snob in one way or another. But maybe you shouldn't limit yourself like that just yet. What do you mean? The entertainment industry changes rapidly, you know? For almost 3 years I've been doing this. It takes a lot of flexibility to stay afloat, because there's always someone who could replace you. I don't know a lot about opera, but I'm sure it's changing too. Some things aren't always better the old way, especially in the creative industry. Things stay stagnant in two ways. Either they're profitable, or certain people are just really stubborn, like the past me. Back then, I thought I could only choose one or two things I was good at, and just forget about the rest. But recently, I got a chance to make my own song with a musician. I'm not the best at composing, so I really needed the help. I see. And the musician I'm collaborating with, he had a dream of becoming a fighter jet pilot. However, one thing or another kept him from making his dream come true. So he posted his music as a hobby on Tomochill, and just like that, he hit it big. I'm a big fan of his. In fact, all the music in this coffee shop is from his newest album. Licensed, of course. I see. That's amazing of him. You too. Don't be afraid to do things a little differently. Plenty of roads to roam and all that. That's all I can say about it. At any rate, I'll try asking around if they have any sort of leads. Should we exchange IDs? Do you have any? No, but I have a cell phone number. Okay. There. Thank you. Okay, Riona, I have to go now. I'll hit you up by text if I have anything. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet, but you're so welcome. Jade, I'm going. See you soon? Of course. Please come again soon. Bye-bye. So interesting. This is my first time seeing a Nekomimi up close. Is that so? How about your car? Will you be alright? I have a spare tire. I'll fix it once the weather improves. Alright. Coming here was a wise decision. I wasn't sure whether I should. Oh? In truth, I am deeply embarrassed by my conduct last time. I regret it. I apologize. Please, don't be sorry. No harm done. Thank you. It's just, there are times when I, too, feel lonely. That was not my first rejection from an audition, as you may have already inferred. But it never gets easier. Understandable. Typically, I would just ruminate about it in my car while being parked somewhere. I acknowledge it is not the most effective means of resolving my feelings. However, it is better than the alternatives, which are none. Now you can always come here? I don't know. I feel as though I am only bringing doom and gloom to the table here. Nonsense. Our door is always open. In the evenings, of course. So please, don't ever hesitate to stop by. We'll see. Sounds like the weather will clear up soon. Really? How do you know? Experience. Let's just say I observe the sky a lot, especially in traffic. Makes sense, I guess. In any case, I better leave now. Thank you again, Jade. You're very welcome. Have a safe trip out there, Miss Riona. I hope she comes by again. Lucas. Okay, it's a bad idea. I won't do it. Jeez. I guess satyrs don't have tattoos on their legs. Okay. The more you know. I think this is it for today. Let's see. Whose keycard is this? A keycard attached to a lanyard. I'll just keep it for now. Someone's apartment key, maybe. Okay, let's wrap this all up for now, shall we? Okie dokie. Petition to combine Halloween and Xmas gains traction. Why? Why not? Tactical survival game Creek's Front 4 Final Front set to release next year. Belltown man caught after attempting to outrun police with a Segway. Hide. I'm so excited for this secret project. You'll see, Rachel. Myrtle, currently hooked on this mecha tactic game. The mechanic is very interesting and inspiring. Lucas, Mr. Lloyd, are you available like this Sunday? Lucas, I feel like this is finally the right time in my career to either write a book or challenge a professional boxer, so. Georgie, so I was in a vegan restaurant and a woman said that she knew me, which is weird, because I've never met her before. Her before, okay. That is good. Okay. I have to, I don't know if that changes the story any, but I have to send that one a like. That's just, yeah. Good job, Georgie. The devil and my eternity. The devil says to me, the price of my kiss is your eternity. The devil has the warmest smiles. She taunts me with her fingertips of ember, of ash burning in something I too well remember. I still am spending my eternity, aimless in concrete jungle through history, fruitless, hazy in dead people's memory, useless, an endless life wasting as nobody. A vampire has the coldest lips. Not for me, not if I wanted to. The devil has the brightest eyes, sweet as angels convincing themselves to be holy. I am still clinging to my entirety. I wonder why we stay alive. The desire to keep going, that desperate longing to be someone, someday. Promise you'll never leave me. I strike a match to burn my lips. I will be the death of you. The devil has the sweetest lies. Oh no, seems like we're out of ginger. Mr. Hyde, welcome. Hello, Jade. It's nice to see you again. How are you? Well, I'm just here. How about you? You seem a little preoccupied. Right. Sorry about that. I just learned we're out of ginger. I made a mistake on the weekly order sheet, and the remaining roots I have are no longer fit for consumption. Sounds like a rookie mistake, Jake. I know. I'm ashamed. Our storage system is having problems because of recent power surges. I'll stock up at the farmer's market tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. You're really busy as usual, I see. Well, nothing wrong with a slow day or two from time to time, although it's been quite a week, if I may say so myself. Well, I'm listening. Pardon? You're weak? Tell me all about it. I'm not even sure where to start. Try anywhere. After all, there's no way for me to correct an unheard story, am I right? Right. Well, the most notable problem recently would be these severe thunderstorms. Sometimes they cause our powers to short out, which messes with the machines. So, in case it happens again, my apologies. I see. Warning duly noted. There has also been this ongoing car vandalism in the neighborhood. Apparently, there's a serial deflator of tires on the loose. Officer Georgie was the one who informed me about it. We've also got a lot of new customers, and I think that's about it. Sounds eventful, even if not terribly riveting. Now, regarding the car vandalism you spoke about. Well, I drove here. To what extent should I be concerned about it? Honestly, probably kind of concerned if we're being honest. We've got a few people. Bailey doing French again. And because of just understanding story, I'm going to Google what it says because I have to know. Because it will bug me if I do not know. And of course, my phone is slow as Christmas because it's just an old phone that I bought for $45 that just is not worth a whole lot if we're being honest. But I'm too poor to get a new phone. Unless someone here speaks French and just can tell me what it says, that would be good. For some reason, every time I type translate in Google on my phone, it automatically wants to try to translate German. No idea what's up with that. To have her is also to have the stars. Oh, to have her is to have the stars. So he's probably talking about his love. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. I wish I could inform you with confidence. Unfortunately, I don't know much about it, so I can answer that. Oh, welcome back, Georgie. You left your lighter here last time. There's nothing to worry about. Your car's going to be fine. Officer Georgie, welcome. Hey, Jade. I managed to track and narrow down the Vandal strike zone, you see, because the culprit seems to have a favorite spot. Really? Yes, and it's nowhere near here. Miss Riona told me her car was affected as well, by the way. That's so? If she comes back, can you ask her where she parked? Will do. Appreciate it. Anyway, my investigation's still ongoing, but I would say this area is pretty safe. So you can relax. I see. Anyway, good evening, y'all. Sorry for blocking the entryway earlier. I was finishing off my last cigarette. But you're smoking right now. Because it's because it's time to start a new one. Oh, chain smoking, that's not good. Do you mind? Not at all. Mr. Hyde, meet Officer Georgie. He's in charge of the night patrols around here. Cheers. Officer Georgie, meet Mr. Hyde, our occasional guest from Los Angeles. A friend of Mr. Gala. The big hospital guy? Yeah, I guess I've seen you around a bunch. In Los Angelino. Not for much longer, though. I'm in the process of finalizing my move back here with my modeling agency. That's wonderful news. You lived here before? For about 40 years. When did you move to LA then? Around 20 years ago. Right. Let's just say I'm nowhere near as young as I look. Models, vampires, gotcha. Then as a native Seattleite, let me be the first to welcome you back. We got smog and dour skies, but at least our coffee is second to none. Right, Jade? I'll let you be the judge of that. Thanks for the warm welcome. Then, have you moved in already, or not yet? Preparations still need to be made at the property I've chosen. I wouldn't even think of packing until it's halfway done. Makes sense. That being said, I'll be here to oversee the construction for a while. If you ever need help, let me know. Can't do much by myself, but I can find a few guys who can. Although it won't be necessary, I appreciate the gesture. It's funny. What is? Quite frankly, the police force and I had something of a contentious relationship in the past. Was a slap on the wrist and let's call it a day type of thing, or the catch you catch me kind. All I can say is, live long enough, you'll try everything. Those are bygone years, of course. Are you sure? So, does anyone want something to drink? Of course, naturally. After you? Well, a public servant should put the citizens first. So after you? How idealistic, but I insist. Lua. Sestalua. You found that on Rumbler, didn't you, Bailey? After all, I'm still considering my options. Well then, in that case... What will it be, officer? Just give me something nice, Jade. Are you alright? Not that great, honestly. What happened? Never mind that for now. I got a question for you. Did you, by any chance, see a lighter lying around? Yes, I did. I have it with me. That's a relief. Okay, Jade, listen carefully. I need you to take this very, very seriously. Okay, I'll need that lighter back, okay? Okay, I mean it. I need it back. Or the streak of bad luck won't end. Pardon? Just talking to myself. Okay, I understand. Appreciate it. Would you like anything to drink? Just black coffee for me, please, but lightly sweetened. There is an achievement to forget to give Georgie his lighter back, but we won't do that right now. We'll go ahead and give it back for at least right now. There are like, I guess, 3 different endings if you do everything correctly and everything incorrectly or something. I'm assuming this is part of doing everything correctly, so. Georgie, birthday June 1st. Sweet coffee, lightly sweetened and frothed to help invigorate your tired mind with its sweet, inviting aroma. Finally, hello, old friend. Thanks, Jade. I suppose I owe you an explanation. I told you before, right? This lighter is my lucky charm. When it goes missing, my luck gets really dicey. Almost got hit by a falling fan at work. Broke the missus's favorite mug. Nearly swerved my car into the sidewalk because a black cat jumped into my lane. A black cat, not even a raccoon. I swear I'm not making this up. If that wasn't a sign, I don't know what is. And, well, daughter's still mad at me too. Anyway, glad to have this back. Thanks for keeping us safe for me, Jade. You're very welcome. Here's your sweet coffee to sweeten your evening, officer. Cheers, Jade. That really hits the spot. I'm glad to hear that. Lucas, you've ever been jamming on good songs and your earphone died off? Well, I've never had that because my earpod is amazing. I've never had that because I'm smart enough to wear earphones with a cord. Ready to make your order? Not quite. Do you have any suggestions? We have a couple of new teas if you're interested. Oh, they're butterfly pea and hibiscus flowers. Hibiscus, not an ingredient that's easily palatable when used in a hot beverage. Perfect. Make me something with it. Are you sure? We are missing some ingredients tonight. Do you have any specifics in mind? I'll let you choose for me. Just make it red and, who knows, maybe it can be my new blood wine. Blood wine? It's a fake blood cocktail I used to get here, back when it was still a bar. I see. Make me a bold, red drink. I'd like to see what you can come up with. A bold, red drink. Okay. Just a whole bunch of hibiscus. And apparently we're supposed to give him Gala's apartment key card. I guess since he's friends with Gala, he'll make sure it gets back to him. Hyde, birthday 8th of February, vegan vampire professional model. Hibiscus tea has a cranberry-like tartness with floral undertones. Great source of vitamin C. That's Gala's, isn't it? The apartment key. I see, so he lost it here. In fact, he called me this morning asking if I was in the city. I didn't tell him I was in Seattle though, so the call was a surprise. Why did he call, you ask? Well, simply because I have his spare key. I'll take this off you and bring it to him then. I will be sure to let him know. All right, thank you. Here you go, sir. Something red. So this is a drink you thought I might like. Honestly, I'm not entirely confident, but this is the best I can do tonight. Looks peculiar enough. How is it? It's tart, astringent. Do you like it? You tell me. And I was looking forward to it. I'm sorry that isn't what you expected. Well, you did what I asked, so no need for apologies. Next time, you could try making me something that doesn't taste like hay juice. It needs some boldness, something that can leave a mark in me. There's only one hibiscus drink I have enjoyed. I'm curious to see if you can come close. I'll try my best next time. Welcome. Hey, kid. There. Damn. Dang. Hello, Jade. Pops, nice to see you again. What's up? What's going on? What's going on with you? Me? Nothing. Nothing much. You know what? Let me move over there. There we go. Sorry about earlier. I was preoccupied. No problem. Is everything alright? Yeah, of course. I'm always alright. Always. 'Cause I am a very lucky dude. Speaking of luck, did the lady ever come back? Miss Riona? Yeah, she did. Really? Did you manage to give her my stuff? I did. I gave her your written contact info. Okay, cool. She didn't throw it away, did she? As far as I know, I don't think so. Great. They're trying to reach the soprano lass. That's right, Pops. I still feel uneasy about how that day went. So I just want to apologize to her, or something, you know? Okay. So I guess I just have to wait for her to contact me. I think so, yeah. But what if she doesn't contact me? What should I do? Then that's that. That's her choice. You're so right, Pops. Didn't think of you as someone who would have trouble reaching out to people like this. I know, right? It is what it is. Okay then, I'll wait. Anyhoodle, it's nice to see you again, Pops. Likewise, kid. Hello to you too, sir. Hyde. It's Hyde. Wait, so you're really that Hyde? The supermodel Hyde? A big shot. Oh man, oh boy. I never thought I would randomly see you in a place like this. No offense to you, Jade. Well, I follow your socials, man. Big fan. I especially love the Timeless series you did for Boundless. That's an old one. Boundless? It was a lifestyle magazine, no longer in print, because everything is online these days. What was the series about? It was a photo series I modeled for, a bit of an avant-garde shoot. They were originally set to be displayed in a time travel themed showcase. Alas, the exhibition fell through, so they were rethemed and put in the magazine instead. Yeah, those were awesome. I liked how the series showed peak fashion through the times, yet the designs were so contemporary. Timeless, even. Pun intended. I would love to see that. Wait, let me show you a couple of pics from it. Hyde looks great there, colorless or not. Wow, you looked amazing, Mr. Hyde. Still do. Of course. It was so cool, it inspired me to find my own style too. I'm partial to the 80s inspired look myself. Really? I can't tell. It's my jacket collection. Glad it helped. I did enjoy experiencing some of those times again, even if only in garment form, even if I was left with a melancholy feeling. But I digress. Would you like to order anything? Yeah, of course. By the way, is pure matcha supposed to make you feel woozy? Pardon? I tried drinking some before lunch a couple days ago. I felt a tad nauseous. Did you have breakfast? Nope. It's really strong tea, so it still shouldn't be consumed on an empty stomach. That was the main takeaway from our conversation, wasn't it? Duly noted. Thanks. Then can I get a pumpkin latte? Sorry, we don't have that here. For real? You know you don't need pumpkin to make it, right? I've heard that before, but I have an open mind. I just don't want anything plain tonight. How about making me something based off a pumpkin latte with what you have? Something based off a pumpkin latte. Lucas, self-summary. On a short break to refresh and wreak havoc on return. Post your recs on my channel or my sub. Cinnamon Latte. A cinnamon-infused cafe latte that uplifts you with its warmly spiced aroma. A cinnamon latte, warm and sweet, just for you. Sounds good. Good call on the cinnamon. It's the star spice of the fall season after all. Yeah, you're right, like pumpkin lattes. The warmth cheers me right up. Thanks, Jade. Don't mention it. So what's the matter? Why do you need cheering up, kid? About that. Just usual work stuff. A few disagreements here and there, you know? Any working team will eventually have them once or twice, right? Right. What do you do? I'm a vlogger slash influencer. I review a lot of lifestyle things, like fashion, places, food, on the social media. Sometimes I do skits and such on my channels too. And pranks also. No, Pops, no way. Real talk though, I actually hate pranks. I didn't say it before, but I hate them. A lot. Is that so? I just think they're the lowest form of entertainment. Just cheap thrills at the expense of others. Right. But yeah, getting off topic here, sorry. So, you're essentially the creator and the host of your show. What does your team do? My team helps me edit, secure sponsors, and massively boost the production quality. They're great. I owe them lots. Do you think you're doing well? Yeah, I think so. We get by pretty well. I currently reside in LA. For real? I did too before I moved here. Why did you move? Why I moved? I mean, 'cause I hate it there. Not to crap on where you live, sir. I just think LA is not for me. No offense taken. Why did you hate it there? It's a long and stupid story. Trust me, you don't want to hear it. Anyway, sorry for the tangent. You were saying? I've been noticing an influx of newcomers there. They're loud, young, and brazen, just like you. Yeah? The fact that you're able to make something of yourself out of such mundane nonsense, I would say you're doing pretty well. So, what's the issue? Well, I've talked about my channel situation here before, right? Yeah, you said your views were dwindling. Calling it dwindling might be a bit overkill, but yeah, that's why my team and I are trying to figure out what to do. Trying to keep the show fresh, you know? Truthfully though, I've been wanting to change the show's direction for a while now. I even promised myself last year, once I got a certain number of viewers, I was just going to do it. Well, I've always wanted to do a talent showcase segment, you know? So I could help elevate others like me. Others like you? Yeah, like the soprano lady from before. Like those dwarf actors, actresses, and TV shows. We all actually kind of have something in common. Do you know what it is? Then I'll make it easier for you. Think about satyrs, for example. Jade, when you hear about us, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Don't think too hard now. Just say anything off the top of your head. How about you, Pops, sir? Probably partying, recklessness, alcoholism, or a joke, right? I was thinking harps, to be honest. Is that weird? I mean, satyrs usually, no, the little pan flute things, right? I usually think pan flutes, honestly. Is that what you think? Nope, but that's what most of society thinks. In the same way, society views Lady Riona as a bad luck personified, all just because she happens to be a banshee. Besides, society is awful at yeah, it really, really is. The immediate trust they have for those who have money, compared to those who had to start from zero. You know what I mean? I get it, you know? Adequate social cues and awareness, that sort of thing. What nurtures you when growing up reflects those things. That's what most people like to assume anyways. And I get it. Nobody has any time to learn about everybody. So we go by impressions. But as someone who started from zero and now, the difference on how people treat me is so damn stark. So damn stark that it doesn't feel all that great, you know? Of course. So yeah, I wanted to carve a space in my work, a place where I could give exposure to those who might not get it otherwise. Then, once again, I ask you, what is the issue? My team thinks my second idea is too risky. Don't fix what's not broken, they said. They just want me to improve what I've been doing. And you agree? I mean, they're not wrong. The risk is real. After all, I'm not responsible only for myself. I've got a whole team depending on me now. That's why I'm trying to find a compromise. At least, until we become so big that any slight changes won't affect us as much. Will the world wait for you, though, I wonder? Will the world wait for you to be ready? Have you ever asked yourself that? You see, making choices is always a matter of priority. As you grow, your stake increases along with your responsibilities. As such, your excuses will continue to pile up. But given the pace at which you're going right now, I see your idealistic dream as unlikely to be realized. However, if it's enough for you to just have good intentions, well, that's another story. Rachel, so ready to tuck into bed. I did my best today, and I hope you did too. Well, a little blunt, aren't we? As usual. Am I wrong, though? It is a perspective, you know, one of many. I admit I don't know much about the entertainment biz, but you've got this far, boy, because all along you've been motivated by that specific goal in mind. Ain't that right? Yeah, that's why I wouldn't dismiss his intent so easily. Well, you're probably just a bit lost right now. Do you think I should have been gentler then? I needed the whipping. Those words were hard to swallow, but I needed to hear them. Are you okay? Well, there's a lot I need to think about, so I should go. Nice seeing you, Pops, and thanks for your advice, sir. Jade, thank you too. Hang in there. Yeah, y'all too. See you around. Well, I've stayed too long already, so I better go do my work now. Don't want to get my pay docked, you see. Nice meeting you, Hyde. We'll see each other more often soon, I'm sure. Hopefully nothing work-related. Have a good night, officer. You too, Jade. Be safe out there, officer. Will do. Until next time. I suppose I should leave as well. I'll be back before long, though. Please do. Is there something wrong? Looks like the officer forgot his lighter again, and we just gave it back to him. Well, we'll just have to give it back to him next time again. What a curse. You're right. I'll keep it for him. Thank you. Alright then. Have a good evening yourself, Jade. Safe trip out there, Mr. Hyde. Inu, Mimi, and werewolves may share common ancestry, archaeologists say. Lionfish invasion decrease, a successful trial. Countries to block foreign entry amidst unknown livestock bacterial infestation. Bad traffic at Yale Street, avoid. Riona. Myrtle, I could really use a good cup of tea right now. Lucas, like how to make your timeline more fun. Lucas, okay. I have tons to think about every day, like how to make your timeline more fun. Aqua, it's sometimes scary how so many things come into factor as you make a decision. It shouldn't be that hard, right? Bailey's. So we didn't really get too many new people in the second game, did we? Hyde, Rachel, Georgie, Lua, Bailey's. Oh, and is Rachel's dad not even going to show up in this one? Since he's not I got the achievement for all the profiles is why I'm looking. Riona, I think, is about the only new person, isn't she? No, we got Amanda, Riona, and Amanda. So we only got 2 new people. Interesting. Strawberry hair. Put my heart on your charm bracelet. Wear it on your sleeve. So anytime, anywhere, you can always count on my heartbeat. Unlock my phone with your fingertips. Leave your fingerprints on mine. Hit my power button off. Keep me away from the world. Just the 2 of us. Remind me to press the enter key twice. Put some space in my poem so you can have enough room to dance between my words. We don't need a grand ballroom for our chests to collide. You said my kitchen is big enough to let Beethoven fill the room with Fur Elise, the melody he composed for Lady Therese, so Therese can play his feelings simply but still prettily, like your nightgown fluttering as we spin. Like your upside-down frown as we let our touching skin speak of our innocence. You can keep your glass slippers to yourself. There's no need for a fairy godmother in our story. You don't have to leave after 12. We'll dance barefoot on my kitchen tiles or in the grass of your childhood park if you want to. Like Ed Sheeran, our own perfect. We'll catch our breaths on the park bench when you're too tired. Rest your head on my lap, run my fingers through your hair, let them pick that strawberry scent. Then down to your blushing cheek to paint your nickname, Strawberry Hair. But only if you let me do all that. If you don't, I would settle with your strawberry taste in my memory. I'll keep it in my breast pocket, so if you ever leave, I know which jacket I should stop wearing. So strawberry can still taste like a sweet thing for me. But let's not think about either of us leaving, shall we? Whatever will happen, right now you are my strawberry taste, my one and only race, where my ego doesn't mind losing. Right now, you are forever my safe place. You can have my promise that I will always be your safe place. I did say that to many girls before, so it's an empty shack, but you can try to reside there, and if you like, you can stay. You already got the key anyway, even before I gave it to you. If you like it, if you like me, ask me to make it your retirement home. If you do, I'll build you a pier so you can rest your ship ashore with the lighthouse so I can light your way in case you want to set sail again. That being said, strawberry hair, I'm hoping you've had enough sails already and are finally ready to settle in. Looks like bad weather again tonight. Let's hope it doesn't bring bad tidings. I don't know. I think it's a very nice color scheme. Well, I think it's lacking something. It's too dainty. Dainty. What would you like then? Red, black, and purple? That wouldn't be the worst. Okay then, why not? But you have to commit to it. No takebacks this time. Bay. I don't know. Maybe. Let's take a break from the topic. I only have time for a quick drink before I go back to work, and it's not like we're going to decide now anyway. Maybe that's the problem. How are we supposed to plan this wedding if we keep postponing every choice we need to make? Hey Jade, what do you think? Pale green, lilac, and daffodil yellow, or red, black, and purple? Neither? Bae, don't put Jade on the spot. No, it's quite alright. It's just that I wouldn't know. This is your wedding. Your opinions matter, not mine. Trouble is, we don't know what our opinions are. And that when we think we do, we change our mind. It's like the centerpieces. Please, can we not talk about that now? I really thought we agreed on the cute cottage core ones, the ones you spotted on Tomodachi. Why do some of them call it Tomodachi and some of it call it Tomochill? It's weird. I mean, they were your pick in the first place. They were, but they also were too expensive. We have to be realistic. But weddings in general are expensive, especially when you want to have 200 guests. That's a low blow. I can't just disinvite my extended family. The key word is extended. Do you even know half these people? That's not the issue. If I invite one of them, I have to invite them all. It's like a domino effect. Besides, they'll be paying for part of the wedding. I still don't think they should. I can pull my weight. If we have to just choose, I'd rather we have the beautiful things you like, even if it means we have fewer guests. Well, if my family's not chipping in, we might not be able to afford either. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I don't want our wedding to just be a random meal with a bunch of people we're not even that close to. And I said I'll make sure we can afford a dream wedding. Or die trying. I don't want you to. Saved by the bell. That's work. I really can't linger. I think I'll have that drink now, Jade. Of course. What can I get you? Something that will keep me awake. I still have work to do and my head hurts, so I guess strong coffee would be good. And with a nice spicy kick, please. Any preference on the spicy kick? No, any strong coffee or spice will do. Jingle beans, a warm drink with a kick for Christmas mornings, also perfect against headaches on a rainy night. Lua. My self summary. Oh, she She expanded the shelf summary and it's all in French. Lua, why are you making me do all this Googling? Okay, this is a good amount of typing, so. Although that first one is the same as her thingamabob. Maybe it's a poem of some sort? Maybe it's a poem where that one passage comes from. Okay, there we go. I think I got that type right. Your soul is a chosen landscape that go charming masks and bergamasks. Apparently bergamask didn't get translated. Playing the lute and dancing and quasi-sad under their fanciful disguises. Yeah, quasi didn't get translated either. So is that an actual word or? According to this, a native or inhabitant of Bergamo, Italy. Okay, Bergamas, someone who from Italy. Okay. Okay, quasi's an English word, I guess, because it's okay, so your soul is a chosen landscape that go charming masks and bergamasks. Don't know what that has to do with that, but playing the lute and dancing sad under their fanciful disguises. I feel like the translation probably butchered that a little bit, but I think I get the idea. And yeah, it's probably a poem. Here's a jingle beans for the lady. That's novel. Perfect. I can feel myself relaxing already.
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
What? You're weird. That thing doesn't smell relaxing to me at all. You're weird. I guess we're both weird. That we are. My lovely weirdo. My perfect misfit. This is so much better. It really is. Have I mentioned I love your smile? Never enough. Disgusting. I'm going to need something real spicy to wash this down. And I would love it to serve it to you, Hyde. If Bailey doesn't want to order, that is. Hyde, sorry, didn't hear you come in. I know. You were too busy doing whatever you were doing. Hyde, go ahead, get yourself a drink. I can wait. I'll stick here for a while anyway until Lua properly gets off work. Alright then. Did you hear me, Jade? Spicy is the name of the game. Any preference on the spice or the base? Nope, just make sure it's got a spicy kick of something, then double it. Hyde. Self-summary, part of Los Angeles Agency, old enough yet still seeking the truth and purpose of life. Zobo, a traditional Nigerian drink with an invigorating ginger kick supported by cloves and pineapple. I felt up for a challenge, so try this. If you don't like hibiscus in this, you never will. Let's see if you crack the Hyde code. Well, this is kinda troublesome, Jade. You know me a little too well, so I take it this works for you. This is a perfectly executed Zobo if I ever tasted one. Glad to see you've made good use of your ginger resupply. So you knew I couldn't get it right last time? Forgive an old man his old man jokes. Anyhow, this is the only acceptable way to drink hibiscus. I used to have a friend in Lagos who made me Zobo like this. Every time I visited, she lived near the harbor. We would sit down and drink it and watch the boats float by. That sounds lovely. She was a good friend. She isn't anymore. When you've got a vampire's lifespan, friends come and go. That's sad. You get used to it. Isn't this where you say something about enjoying each moment even more, or grief being the price you pay for love? I'm afraid it's a lot more mundane than that. Some things you forget, and for others you just get better at moving on. Anyway, speaking of enjoying the moment, your family troubles have sorted themselves out, yes? Rachel, Dad just found a missing photo album of my childhood, and I can only wish you can see how cute I am as a kitten. But we could if you posted them. Feel free to post them, Rachel. Still on the marriage track? Yeah, we are. We definitely are. Not getting too bored? Not really. Turns out planning a wedding is, well, suitably entertaining. That's one way of putting it. Can't wait to be at the marriage stage of it, to be honest. Could you sound any less enthusiastic? Hey, here they go again. Good to see that some things don't change. And such a dramatic backdrop, too. You should start serving popcorn, Jade. I would be more enthusiastic if we didn't fight about it every single time. No, I'm not engaging with this right now. I've got to go to work anyway. Right. And I'm going to have a drink. Bye, Jade. Bye, Hyde. See ya. What can I make you, Mr. Bailey's? I think something warm, sweet, and comforting, please. A hot chocolate, perhaps? Yes, chocolate with honey and milk could work. Bailey's, August 10th, freelance designer and #1 pumpkin spice fan. Chocobi Miruku. Sweet, nourishing, healthy chocolatey. There we go, a Chocobi Miruku for you. Perfect. This feels so good, Jade. It means a lot that you're always looking out for all of us. On a miserable night like this, it's heartwarming. But of course, you're our valued customers. I hope Lua didn't get too soaked. You do care a lot about her. Of course I do. Then why all the fighting? You tell me. This wedding is bringing out the worst in us, since we started out the situation with my family. I mean, since you can't cut them off. Yeah, since I stopped talking to their judgmental faces, Lua and I haven't forgot about anything. Until now, every time we try to organize this thing, it's like we become different people. Let me ask you something. Go ahead. What do you want from this wedding? How do you mean? It's not complicated. I'm just asking what you want. If you close your eyes and picture the day, what do you see? Honestly, I have no clue. I know Lua's there, but that's about it. That's not a bad start in truth, but if you don't have specific expectations, why don't you just let her do what she wants? You make it sound so easy. I want her to have what she wants. That's exactly what I've been trying to achieve. I've been picking up on everything she's liking on Tomodachi. Every wedding picture she's pinning online, all the places she finds cool, all the fashion designers she follows. She deserves to have all that, to have a special day. But every time I make a suggestion, she won't hear of it. She says it's too much, too expensive, too this, too that. Is it too much, too expensive? That's not the point. I don't want her to have a shabby wedding, just because I'm estranged from my family. I want her to have what she wants and what she deserves, a proper princess wedding. You're a remarkably presumptuous young man, Mr. Hyde. No, that's all right. I know Hyde helped Lua back in the day. If he's got something to say, I want to hear it. Good, because I was going to say it whether you like it or not. You're sitting here, going on about everything Lua should want, as if you could know what's in someone's heart. Even when you love someone, no, especially when you love someone, you should never presume to know what they need. Lua is the only one who can tell what Lua wants. But that's exactly the problem. When I ask her, she always says she doesn't know. Then give her time to figure it out. It's not going to help if you pressure her with 1,000 suggestions a minute, or if you try to force her into some sort of princess wedding, just to make you feel good about yourself. But what if we take so long that we reach old age, and we're still not married? If you reach old age and you're still together, married or not, I think that counts as a win. And since we're talking about taking some time, you should also use that time to figure out what you want. Otherwise, the best you'll get is a wedding, based on your skewed idea of what Lua's wedding should be. That sounds pretty sad to me. Well, that wasn't pleasant to hear, Bailey's, but it also wasn't wrong. Give her time and figure out what I want. Sounds so simple. Should have thought about that before, I guess. You're not bad at this tough love thing, are you, Hyde? Perhaps I should consider a career in couples counseling. That doesn't sound nearly as much fun as modeling, doesn't it? Modeling gets old after a while. I thought you were having a good time in LA. I was, until I wasn't. I'm moving to Seattle, in fact. I kept my contract with the agency just in case, but there aren't many modeling jobs to be had here. Really? What are you going to do then? Go back to my mafia dwarf buddies, of course. Come on, I'm obviously kidding. Are you? I wouldn't go back to them. I would go back to being chased by them. Besides, I checked in on them, and everyone I used to find entertaining has retired now. Meanwhile, their grandkids manage the whole enterprise. Seems like it's some sort of startup. Are we seriously talking about the mafia right now? That's for me to know, and for you to wonder about. Mr. Hyde likes to play a little. Guilty as charged. I can't help it. When I see an earnest face, I have to tease it. I'll take that as a compliment. But also, what's wrong with managing things like a startup? That sounds like a pretty efficient approach, right? You young people, impatient in business like you're impatient in love. Efficiency isn't everything. I have all the time in the world. I don't care if things are done fast. I want them done right. Maybe you should go into slow fashion or fine arts. If you paint with oils, that'll take some proper time. Fine arts were the first thing I got good at a few centuries ago, but my style isn't trendy nowadays. Too much chiaroscuro lighting, and putting blue in skin tones isn't novel anymore. If you're insinuating that you're Rembrandt, if my mafia buddies find out, I'll be in trouble. You're always joking around, Hyde, but for all that you don't sugarcoat your advice, you're a pretty great listener. I hope you also have people who listen to you. I'm moving here to be closer. Oh. What was that? Nothing. I believe your phone's ringing. It's Lua. She's done with work for the day, finally. In a hurry to leave here, Mr. Bailey's? No, not at all, but I am looking forward to going home. And keep bickering? No, I don't think so. I had an epiphany just now. Must be something in the drink. I'm going to leave the topic alone for a little while. Good, Elf. Enjoy your night, then. I think I will. Thanks, Hyde. And thanks, Jade. Of course. Have a good night, Mr. Bailey's. Mr. Hyde? What was that about the mafia and modeling and fine arts? Are you genuinely considering a career change? All I'm considering right now is whether my car got nicked. I know old man George said this area is safe, and it's a bit of a pile of junk, but it's a pile of junk with sentimental value. I must sense a story. It's quite a story indeed, but I'll make it short because it's getting pretty late. I got this car many moons ago, back when Gala was my bodyguard. I had been stuck in Seattle for a while, working day in and day out. At some point, I decided that I needed a proper break. But, you know, Gala is a bit of a stickler for the rules. There was no way I could have a night out in the middle of a big job, not on his watch. So you slipped his watch? You know me well. Some friends died. We decided to get together. I was to provide the ride. They provided the entertainment. I did the usual thing. I waited until Gala was sound asleep. Then I left a pile of pillows under the duvet, hide-shaped, and I snuck out of the hotel room. There was only one problem. Gala was my chauffeur as well. He had your car keys. He had my car keys, and I wasn't about to poke the bear wolf, so I went to the nearest dealership and got the cheapest car I could find. I only intended to keep it for the night, you see. I'll spare you the details, but my friends and I, we drove to a lovely spot with a view, for the sort of action which, I admit, might appear ambiguous from the outside, but to me was very enjoyable indeed. We were right in the thick of it when suddenly we hear a tap on the window. Let me guess, that was Gala? The wolf himself. He peers inside. Then he starts banging on the door so hard the car is shaking. We all just kind of freeze. And then he says, "How dare you kidnap Mr. Hyde?" Opens the door and tosses my dates outside. Mr. Hyde. You're not winding me up, are you? Oh, Jade, I wish. Sorry, it still sends me into a fit just to think about it. He princess carried me out of the car, if you can believe that. That's a conscientious bodyguard, if I ever heard of one. Right, truly earning his yearly bonus. It didn't even have the chance to explain the situation. At least not until he removed my gag. Gala acted like he was angry, but in reality, he was mortified. If not as mortified as my dates whom I had to pick up out of the grass. Poor Gala. Jade, I see where your allegiance for it lies. Personally, I say, poor me. I never saw those lovely friends again after that fiasco, but I couldn't be angry at Gala even then. In fact, I found his chivalry rather charming. He didn't seem to find my antics quite as charming, though. He had woken up, hadn't found me, and was already suspecting the worst, and that was before he discovered me in a strange car in the middle of nowhere, in a compromising position. I think he was truly terrified on my account, so he stopped talking to me for a few weeks. That doesn't sound unfair. I suppose it wasn't. He also wouldn't give me my car keys back. I got stuck with this old thing you can see outside. And the worst of it is, if you can believe it, I decided as a grand gesture to chauffeur him around in it. He stopped sulking really quickly after that. I suspect he wasn't a huge fan of my driving. Anyhow, I decided to keep the car in the end for whatever reason. My car collection has had some serious turnover, but this one isn't going anywhere. I must have replaced everything inside it a dozen times over, and it's very banged up. But I guess I've grown fond of it by now. We're both a little stuck in time, this car and I. You're rather more sentimental than I thought, Mr. Hyde. Sentimental. That's what you took away from that story? But I suppose you're right. Good thing it's only us here. I can plausibly deny this conversation ever took place. Still, the rain has stopped, and this is my cue to go, before I lose all my remaining cred. I hope the car is safe and sound. So do I. And Jade? Yes. Nothing. Have a good night. Good night, Mr. Hyde. And safe journey home. First wave of visa applications to Europe rejected for failure to include passport signatures. The rise and fall of Weird Stein box offices, a brief history. Sold out, replica astronaut suits experienced an extreme increase in sales. Lucas, does everything happen for a reason, or no? Aqua, I wonder how everyone's doing. Rachel, with a very cute picture. Georgie, trucker fell asleep and crashed near the 4th Avenue. No casualties, but quite the property damage. I'd reckon you want to avoid the area for the moment. Riona, road construction on Leonora Avenue. Happiness, like a cup of coffee. This might not help, but do you want to listen to me for a bit? I want to tell you what happiness is like to me. To me, and maybe as only to me, I see happiness like a cup of coffee. It makes you feel good, energized, ready to take on the world. But that's not the point I want to make. It's about how many different kinds of coffee there are in the world, and how many different ways of making a cup of coffee. You still with me? Okay, so there are so many kinds of coffee, and I'm not even talking about the type of beans and whatnot. You know, there are coffees you can get in a convenience store in convenient cans. Pop it and you're good to go. There are also coffees that are more special, made with more care. The ones made in cafes by cute baristas with their pretty smiles. There are even more special coffees, the one you can only find in certain places, in certain circumstances. The one you can only taste once in your life, yet you wish you could have it forever. But that's not how life goes, right? There's happiness you'll part with, happiness you'll never get to taste again. But that's the thing, you shouldn't cry over a cup of coffee. You're supposed to remember the taste fondly, hoping someday you can have something just like that, something better, even. You'll live your life in search of that better taste of coffee. Once you do, you'll realize that there are thousands and thousands of coffees in this world, with 1,000 ways of brewing them. See, that is how I see happiness. But hey, since you're still here, one in on a secret. It may take many tries before you get it right, and you might lose many things to achieve it. But in my opinion, the best coffee in the world, the best happiness we can have, is the one we make ourselves. I hope the power hiccups don't affect the machine too much. This is a very slow start. Here we go, right in the nick of time. Welcome, you two. It's a relief to see you safe and sound. Hi, Jade. Yes, we're also very relieved. It was a little scary last time. We analyzed the events of the evening and found 31.245 frightening and 68.755 distasteful. Leaving in such a hurry is not an experience we care to repeat. Hopefully this will be a quieter evening. Yes, that is our wish. Anyhow, readings are customary in cafes, bars, and restaurants, are they not? Therefore, good evening. Good evening, even if in reality it should be good night. We find that very strange, that good evening is a way to say hello, but good night is a way to say goodbye. Is this assuming that you never start an encounter at night? Honestly, yeah, probably. I mean, most people don't. The world is a diurnal society. Nocturnal people have no place. Because that theory would appear to be empirically wrong. For example, this is the second time we meet Earthchild, and both times have been at night. Our 100% sample does not bear out the aforementioned premise. Additionally, the very concepts of evening and morning seem only marginally. Amanda. Yes, what is it? I think Jade tried to interject a couple of times. Forgive me if I'm mistaken, Jade. No, it's alright. I didn't have anything important to say. The truth is, I'm not sure why our greetings have a circadian rhythm. Earthlings are creatures of habit, I suppose. They get attached to certain ways of using language, and often don't question the actual meaning of words. Yes. At least in this particular case, no one's getting hurt. Since I arrived here, I've observed that some thoughtless uses of language can have a much more painful effect. Indeed. We see and we agree, and we apologize for interrupting you, Jade. Don't worry about it. Communicating without a hive connection is rather challenging. Besides, we have been in a somewhat heightened mental state. We have been finding Earth quite curious, extraordinary even. We are keen to absorb as much information as we can during our visit here. It seems to us our siblings who previously visited Earth came back with findings of a rather superficial nature. We are excited to gather data that will advance the science of Earth studies. Our return to the hive will be triumphal. Of course, we do not do such things for the glory, but still, we are looking forward to seeing our work recognized. So are you a scholar, Miss Amanda? Yes, that is a good equivalence of what we are. We specialize in data gathering and analysis of poorly charted territories. That sounds very impressive. Oh, DGAPCT is much less impressive than our sibling's mission. Silver is an explorer and an adventurer. He is deserving of respect, and his mission to find a prospective partner is of utmost importance. Still prospective. No progress on that front, I take it? Well, I wouldn't quite say that. Very intriguing. You're always so professional, Jade. You rarely ask direct questions, but I think you're a little curious about the gossip, right? What is gossip? Gossip is information about what goes on in other people's lives. Oh, we see. So it's like data on individual beings, then. Yes, that sounds right. We love gossip. What is wrong with it? Nothing at all, and I would love to listen to yours, but let me at least make you a drink first. We must consider our choice of drink carefully. We suggest our sibling goes first. Are you ready to order, Silver? I have an idea, yes. Can we expect an interesting new recipe? You're a barista now, yourself, after all. A barista? How am I? Oh, you mean the cafe? Yes, you mentioned you were opening one, didn't you? I am, after a fashion, but I'm not focusing on drink menus just yet. Also intriguing, I promise I'm not just withholding information, Jade, but things are a little complicated. Is it alright if we start with your drink? I'll try my best to explain everything afterwards. That sounds good to me. Then, I think I would like something simple tonight. Do you remember the first drink I ordered when I came here years ago? Wasn't it a coffee-based drink? It was a coffee drink, and I think you mentioned it was very bitter. Bitter and tart, right? Yes, I think that's right. A bitter and tart coffee drink. Silver. Still nothing on the profile, I see. Black lemon, a perfect, if unlikely, combination of sour and bitter. What is? I got it off the agent last time he was here. That is quite something. Thank you, Jade. Truly, you can't know how much it helps, but it really does. Don't mention it. I thought, maybe you would find a way to put it to good use. I'm sure I can figure something out. You seem to have grown quite creative over the months. I guess I have, somewhat. I'll let you know how this plays out at the end. Thank you again. Here's a black lemon for you, Silver. This definitely looks like what I had in mind. And tastes interesting. It's very minimal, yet strong. Very enjoyable. I think I might prefer sweeter things, but I'm glad I tried this one. I second what Miss Amanda said last time. We feel the same in some ways, yet also very different. I don't know. I do think that everyone keeps changing all the time. Maybe we feel like our personalities make sense because we see ourselves in hindsight, when the truth is we make ourselves up as we go along. That's an insightful theory, Silver. You have grown wiser. You used to be rather youthful and innocent, part of the hive. Well, I had to learn and adapt here. It has been a couple of years after all. But despite all that, and considering what I said about people changing all the time, I don't think I've changed all that much. In fact, it's as if I've been becoming a little more me every day, just revealing myself. Speaking of that, we meant to ask, How did you choose this specific Earthling appearance over another? Our observation is that Earthlings come in a great many varieties, with a near infinity of combinations. Did you run a random generation algorithm? No, it wasn't random at all. Even if at first it wasn't a conscious process, I chose the way I look because it felt true to who I am. When I first started coming to this cafe, I had a hard time understanding this world and its rules, but there were already some things I could relate to, some things that felt familiar, like Hyde's eyes that always see beyond the surface, or Gala's outfit, which is a sign of kindness and trust. I borrowed these traits from them without even realizing. You took inspiration from them. Yes, our species seems to have the ability to do that. But Gala's fashion I couldn't keep after all. It came with responsibilities. People stop me all the time to ask me for medical advice. I can see how that would be problematic. Yes, but then I found this fictional universe where all the stories take place in the stars, so I changed my outfit to imitate theirs. And at some point it all came together. One morning I saw myself in the mirror and I felt right, like the way I looked matched who I was. And it made me feel at peace. So although I look different now from when we first met, and although I've learned the ways of this world a bit and have grown a bit, in many ways I still feel the same. Different, but same. Different, but same. It makes sense to us. It really does. Oh, is this Laurel? No, this is from Pearl. Still no news from Midge. I think the odds are now 84% that she is phantoming you. Do you mean ghosting? We mean phantoming, as in when you think you hear a sound, but your ears are merely playing a trick on you. We thought we had established a hive connection with Midge, but it was only a phantom sound, after all. Anyhow, what is Pearl saying? That her calendar might clear up soon if I want to meet up. Silver. It sounds like things are going very well indeed. I think it may be time I tell you a little bit about this. But we wish to order a drink as well. Of course. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amanda. Our apologies, but the machine's having issues today. We'll let you know as soon as it's working again. Curious that Earth drink-making skills are so refined, yet so unreliable. This is a land of contradictions. It sure is. But do carry on, sibling. Right, so I've been relying on Amanda to help me with the online part of online dating. It's been working really well. On average, there have also been some small issues. Earthlings are strange. Online dating has a reputation for emphasizing that, yes. Some Earthlings express their interest, but when you say hello, they never answer back. While in real life, saying hello is a starter for 99% of conversations. It seems that online, more humorous or breeding-oriented openers are favored. However, if an opener is entirely horned, it is considered out of bounds and angrily dismissed. Horned. Yes, that's when prospective partners send you close-up pictures. Oh my. People do that? Yeah, people do that. I think it would be fine after a bit of conversation. If we get into the mood and they ask me first, I would probably say yes. Horns can be really pretty, you know, but it feels very strange when that's the first thing they do, before they even write a single word. I can imagine. And then sometimes Earthlings express interest, but after reading a joke that's statistically funny 99% of the time, they answer with a sad face and block communications. Funny for you 99% of the time? Yes. Fortunately, online dating is governed by the law of large numbers, which favors persistence. We are patient. Amanda has been spending a lot of time on the app and has started to work out. I'm now having conversations with some really nice people, especially Pearl. We prefer Laurel, Her facial features are more symmetrical, but Silver seems to favor the asymmetrical Earthling. It's just, she sounds like a really good person. She's a communications director for a charity that fights homelessness. She cares about other people a lot. I don't think she's been very lucky in return, but she's very funny and curious of everything, and her smile. Please desist. We can sense your hormones boiling. And she's the person you might be getting a date with? I really hope so. Do you have a day and time for your date? No, this is on a different topic. Please excuse me. So I take it you've been enjoying your time on Earth, Miss Amanda. Or not? No, we have been enjoying it, but you also see the limits of it. How do you mean? We are a hive mind. A hive mind knows no boundaries or limitations. We share all our thoughts and desires. It is not difficult for us to connect. We are both connected, but Earthlings are guarded. They have complex emotions, and they have no means of truly knowing what anyone else feels. That makes them afraid of judgment and of hurt. It must be very difficult and painful for them to connect deeply. There is so much they must let go of first. We could not live like that. You said that online networks were like a hive. Like a hive, but not a true hive. A true hive requires honesty and directness, as well as a desire to deeply understand others. I see. You don't think you could ever adapt the way Silver has? Silver is different. Even when he was a part of us, we could sense him looking outwards. That is why he has become such an amazing explorer, and that is why he made the effort to learn Earthling's codes and behaviors. He did not want to just understand, he wanted to experience. We are not like him. We like to seek knowledge on what is different from us. But once we have that knowledge, we are satisfied. Uncovering it and bringing it back is what makes us happy. This is curious. It seems we are picking up some Earthling instincts after all. It is a good thing that our data readings here should be soon complete, and Silver's on his way to getting a date. It would appear so. Amanda, we have to go. What? Again? That call was bad news. The agent. Too late. Just hide behind the counter. Quick. Good evening, Mr. Agent. We apologize, but our machine has been having issues. We cannot serve drinks at the moment. You know very well I'm not here for drinks. I'd rather not involve any more civilians in this, though. Do you mean me? I'm sorry, but can't. Whatever this is, wait for another night. I haven't finished my drink yet, and it looks like rain again outside. Well, here's something that can't wait, for starters. Barista, did you happen to find an ID card lying around here? An ID card? Not that I can recall, no? I certainly hope you're telling the truth. Mr. Agent, you seem to always doubt me, but we've been here several times already. Surely you should see by now that I'm not lying. Well, you're awfully good at avoiding straight answers, and losing an ID card sounds very troublesome. Back when I worked at a delivery center, they would make us pay a lot to replace lost ID cards. That's not even the start of it. My job is a lot less forgiving than a delivery center. I'm very sorry to hear that. What's your job exactly? We uncover illegal aliens and extradite them. Hide. Darling, I could be behind your neck without you realizing it. What makes you think I actually need permission to enter a building? Which is why I've been coming here in the first place. We keep getting tips that there have been alien sightings around this cafe. Speaking of which, Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary, young man? I can't say that I have. I don't come here all that often, but it's always seemed very above board to me. Gala, why are you threatening people on Tomodachi? Hyde. Are you sure the tips aren't a prank? It seems that some young people enjoy these as a pastime. They are very popular videos of them online. That, maybe it is, but I still have to investigate properly. Otherwise, my superiors will have my head on a platter. But you can't waste your time on a cold trail either. Surely your superiors will see that you've done your best. I doubt that. They're a bit obsessed with the alien situation. Obsessed? Is it really that big an issue? Well, having such unusual elements around disturbs the public peace. Your average Joe has no clue what to make of them, you know? It makes people feel unsettled. I see. Although the visible aliens aren't too bad from where I'm standing, at least we can identify and distract them. Aliens who try to pass for Earthlings are a bigger problem. Why so? For one, it just muddles things. No matter how much they try to look like Earthlings, they were born aliens, and aliens they will remain. But now they're aliens who don't look like aliens. What does that mean, you know? And where does it stop? What if some Earthlings decide they want to look like aliens? That would be a huge mess, would it? Anyway, the top brass insists that we go after them, and in the end, that makes my job a lot harder. All that time spent detecting them. Give me a good spacesuit wearing alien any day, you know? Oh, but don't you worry about a thing. We at Fire always find a way to keep the public safe. I see. So how do you go about detecting them exactly? That one's easy. Once I have my suspicions, I check their ID. That makes it all clear, right? Right. I do wonder though, what is it? And I'm sorry if I'm being too curious. I have a habit of putting my foot in my mouth. You're good. No harm in asking. In that case, what is it that makes aliens so very different? There are all sorts of people living here. They have all sorts of personalities, different looks. And for me, when I walk through the streets of Seattle, I see that no two people are alike. I'll admit that makes me very happy. So if someone comes from further away, but they feel an earthling at heart, would they really be more different from the people who live in the city? Than the people in the city are different from each other? Or would they just be another version of an earthling? Hyde. Gala. No reason. Perhaps no less beautiful? At the end of the day, who the heck knows? It's not like I can afford to spend time pondering it. I don't have a dog in this fight, so to speak. Thing is, the law is the law, and my job is just to uphold it. Right, but despite everything you said, it's still unclear to me why the law is so stringent against aliens. Well, it's not so much that the law is stringent against them, it's more that there's no law for them. How do you mean? Well, at this point we have trees and codes for all the races we know of, right? But we never made a tree with aliens or anything resembling it. There's no law even acknowledging their existence. I didn't know that. But why is that a problem? That's easy. We have no way to regulate their presence. There has been no thorough analysis of how they can cohabitate with Earthlings. As I said, it's all very confusing. For all we know, they could be very damaging to us, so it feels safer to keep them away, at least for now. Safer? For whom? It is what it is. I'm not afraid of aliens myself, and going after them is not my biggest passion, but since I'm doing this job, might as well aim for a promotion. Anyhow, just call us at Fire if you spot any aliens, alright? You seem like an honest sort, unlike some other people. Some other people who should learn to be more straightforward if they want their business to stay in business. Yo, bro, you fucking threatening me? You threatening me? I'll break those shades and stab your eyes with the shade picks. Threatening me in my cafe. Lucas, I was thinking out loud because a lot of things happened lately, so I was just processing it. Sorry if I was insistent. What was that? Just a coffee machine. It seems to have restarted now. That's a relief. Right. I think I'm going to conduct a search of the premises, just to be on the safe. What the heck is this? If I'm not mistaken, this is a local cat. It's come over once before. Looks like it might be hiding from another stray. It's very cute. Good kitty. I think it likes you. What sort of place is this, with your fiddly machine and your weird pets? And now it looks like I have an emergency elsewhere. Well, I guess you're off the hook for now, you and your cafe, but make sure I don't get such reports about you anymore. We will try our best, Mr. Agent. Silver, you're trembling. That's all right. You can come out now, I think, Amanda. Well, we found this experience 100% distasteful. Actually, it was 40% distasteful, 20% scary, and 38% exciting. I apologize. This is just nerves. We are truly sorry for this disturbance. It's not your fault at all, but should you be sticking around here, the agent might come back. No, I lured him away, at least for now. You did? Although it's a good thing the little cat came in when it did. It bought us some precious minutes. What sort of earthling are you? We see. Do you speak cat? We can feel this earthling's intent better than usual. It is expressing itself clearly. It wishes to rest and be left alone. I feel all out of sorts. Is the machine really working again? It is indeed. Then make us a drink, and one for Silver as well. The same one should be fine for both. Just make it hot and comforting, and what would you like, sibling? I think I need some sweetness right now. I would really appreciate a hot, very sweet, very comforting drink. Here you go. Plenty of sweetness in this. This tastes amazing. Thank you, Jade. This really is my kind of drink. It is very thick, is it not? The viscosity of this seems to be nearing 10,000 CPS. We like how different this experience is from the drink you served us the other night. I'm impressed, though, Silver. You've become quite savvy at navigating these situations, even if I'm sure you would rather avoid them altogether. Yes, I would definitely prefer to avoid them, but I need to get used to them anyway. Why? The agent doesn't know you've come from outer space. Surely you should be off the hook for now. It's more complicated than that. Jade, you know the cafe I said I'm opening? Yes. Well, It's not exactly like this cafe. In fact, it's not exactly a cafe at all. For the past few months, it's been the basis of operations for SAVE, SAVE, Society for Aliens and Various Extraterrestrials. Wow, I know it sounds very reckless. No, it sounds rather admirable. I think I underestimated you. I don't know. But you see why I've had to become savvy, as you said. I have a lot of people depending on me now. Those who are just arriving to Earth and are confused and scared. Those who have adopted Earthling appearances and are trying to blend in. Those who are learning how to understand life here and how to understand themselves. For all of them, it's an existential matter. Not everyone is meant to be a hive mind. I know I wasn't. No offense, Amanda. We are not offended. We have always known you were different from us. It is all the same to us. You are our sibling, whether you live as a hive or as an earthling. Amanda, I really do love you. What is love? That is not a conversation I think I can have right now. I'll explain it to you tomorrow, okay? After we both have a rest. We will remind you of it. I know you will. I think I'm getting a little tired now. Is it alright if we go back? Absolutely. Our energy is also 98% depleted. Silver, is there anything we can do to help? No, I don't think so. Thank you for offering, really. But you have a different part to play in all this, and you've been playing it very well. You're very kind. Well, in that case, have a good night, the two of you, and please come again soon. You'll always be welcome here. Us and many others. We know, and we're grateful. Good night, Jade. I would say good night to the cat, but I don't think it needs my wishes. Good night, Jade. See, now we can use good night. I find it rather odd that... Maybe we should continue this chat while we walk. Alright. What a night. This has been a great deal more animated than we bargained for. I suppose we have a new four-legged friend now. I wonder what you're doing here, little one. Don't you have a home? Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. Well, I guess it's time for you to let me close up shop. But Silver, it's an honor to be related to someone like you. Curbing recent security breaches. Government to block data leakers. Websites. First Workaholics Treatment Center to open in 24. No phone, no laptop, just rest. Beachgoers report silver algae blooming on Alki Beach. Lua. She's a 10 but about to marry a freelancing elf. Bailey's. So she's 100. Myrtle. Do you think VR would really take off in the future? I personally can't use it for very long, but maybe that's just me. Aqua. Having an ocean fish as a pet is so hard, especially living in a city such as Seattle, but it feels nice to have someone depend on you, you know? Lucas. Busy all day today. Don't forget to drink water. Rachel. It's coming together. I can't believe it. It's going to be so good. Riona. Today's delivery cutoff time 1500. No night shift. Oh, we got some. Okay, but Amanda doesn't have anything else, and Silver doesn't really have a profile. 7th of July by the Magpie Bridge. She looked so pretty in her rented, hemp-patterned yukata. It's such a shame that it was raining tonight. I wondered if the renting place would charge more if we were to return the clothing somewhat damp. I felt bad for insisting we dress the traditional way for the Tanabata festival. That mundane thought immediately went away when I saw her, looking as if she came straight out of Makoto Shinkai movies. It was all worth it. If they charged extra, I would shove my life savings at the lady who owned the renting place. She looked like dreams, and it was worth it. Her, with a yukata, an umbrella, and my heart and all. Too bad that Altair and Vega couldn't meet tonight with all this rain. You remember the story? Good. Meanie, I do listen to your astrology stories, you know. Astronomy, but thank you for being there for my stories, milady. Under our transparent convenience store umbrella, we shared whatever lovers share under the rain in their own world. The shrine we went to was unexpectedly full, despite being a bit tainted by the rain and the puddles it creates. We had to line up in a small queue for our wishes, but that stretch of time was easily filled with small talk, as lovers like to have. She hid her paper when I tried to peek at her wishes. Cute, as if she wasn't going to ask me to hang it on the highest spot on the bamboo trees. Hey, next year, can we come here again? We were on our walk back to our hotel when she began. Her voice was a bit too soft, sunk under the noise the rain made. I would be thrilled, but don't you want to use your long vacations to go somewhere else you haven't been? No, I like it here. Here, the moon looks so pretty. Really? It's raining though. I can't even see the moon. Silly boy. Her grin, prettier than all the full moons I've ever seen in my life. We took our time to walk home slowly, through the night street, just the two of us. But you know, I'm happy that you think we can still travel the world, that we're still us. I know I shouldn't say something like that, but I felt like my insecurities got the better of me. Pretty boy talking about rain on the parade. Sorry, couldn't help it. What if it rains again next year? What if we're not all sunshine and rainbows, like we used to be? Well, you know how in your Tanabata story, if it's raining, Altair and Vega can't meet each other on the Magpie Bridge, and the bridge would be like empty, right? She stepped in front of me, still so close under our umbrella. Then whatever happens, if it rains next year, the 7th of July, I'll be waiting for you on the Magpie Bridge with this umbrella. Silly. Somehow I feel like it's going to be a long, long night. Or not. Good evening. Hey Jade, how are you? Not too shabby, I hope. Everything is just fine. You sure? Positive. How about you, sir? How's work? My shift is over, so I'm free now. Nice. That reminds me, Mr. Hyde was here just the other day. That's right. Thanks for giving him the key card, by the way. Good call. You saved me $100. Not a problem. Wait, what? A replacement key would cost me at least that much, with the fines and everything. Pricey. Glad Mr. Hyde was around to help then. Yeah, I didn't think he would be in Seattle, to be honest. But didn't you call him for a spare key? I did. So? Let's just say I had a hunch.
Stream elements.
There's a pattern to his visits, even if he isn't aware of it.
Hydrate.
In order to do that, I need more water. So I'll BRB as I go get more water, because it is important to stay hydrated, my friends. Okie dokie. Gots me my waters. He'll fly whenever he gets tired of something. Could be about work, life, or simply because he's bored, like with LA recently, or so he says. I see. I never knew he liked Seattle that much. Oh, there's something that keeps him coming back here. Really? What is it? Take a guess. Well, if I have to guess, maybe you? Me? I mean, the two of you are very close, and good bonds are hard to come by these days. I see. Well, he's not someone who's big on attachments. Or so he claims. Is that right? Who knows? Maybe that's changing. Because the answer is more or less your coffee shop here. Really? There aren't a lot of places with a good crowd and warm atmosphere. With an excellent host to boot. And as you just said, good bonds are hard to come by. What's not to like? It would be truly an honor if he felt that way. Did he tell you the reason for his visit? Yeah, he's moving back here, right? Well, at least that's the plan. What a nice surprise. He told me he's got a few things to discuss on that. It's part of why I'm here tonight. Aside from getting myself a hot drink, that is. On that note, I'm so ready to take your order. Much obliged. So Henry told me about this Indonesian ginger drink. It has milk, honey, and a couple of other stuff in it. I think it's called STMJ. I'll have a cup of that. STMJ, I can do that. Okay. STMJ, a warm booster made of susu, milk, telur, egg, madu, honey, and jahe, ginger from Indonesia. One nutritious drink from the archipelago coming up. Thanks a lot. So what's in it again? It's a hot blend of egg, milk, ginger, and honey. The drink's name itself is the ingredients: susu, telur, madu, jahe, milk, egg, honey, and ginger. No wonder it somewhat reminds me of eggnog, albeit spicier and not as rich. Hey, the best eggnog is spicy. Adding cinnamon to eggnog is just chef's kiss, yo. And it does sound like it's not quite as rich because it doesn't have the cream and sugar. But yeah, that's what I said when I first saw it, right? That sounds like eggnog almost. But I can see why Henry likes it. It's a great stamina drink. He probably needs it to keep up with Rachel's work. You're probably right, as long as he remembers to take breaks. Maybe I should invite him for a drink here sometime. What do you think? That would be lovely. Then consider it done. You know what? I don't think Hyde will show up tonight. Why is that? When I called him earlier to confirm, he sounded a little annoyed. It's not exactly great outside either. I thought he liked this kind of weather. Him, yes. His car, not so much. That thing wouldn't survive this kind of storm. Now that you mention it, you may be right. I used to drive him in that car back in the day. Did he ever tell you how old it is? Gave me the whole backstory of it. I guess I'm just surprised he still uses it at all. The car clearly holds a special meaning to him. He was also quite sentimental about it, which makes me wonder if it has anything to do with him moving back here. What do you mean? He lived here before, right? Yeah, and he kept bringing up the past too. Are you saying his move is motivated by nostalgia? I was going to say homesickness, but I realize that makes no sense. I get what you're trying to say, though. It's a strange longing for times gone by, considering how fast things are changing these days. maybe even too fast, which is ironic, really. What is? Live long enough, you'll realize the only constant in life is change itself. Things like shifting necessities, curveballs the worlds throw at you, decay. Just stuff we have to deal with indefinitely. Considering our lifespans, you would think we would get used to it at some point. But we never do. Never completely, anyway. I suppose the idea of getting used to change is a paradox in and of itself. That sounds about right. Perhaps nostalgia is like an anchor for dinosaurs like us. Keeps us from losing ourselves to the world's relentless speed. You get used to these after a while. Pretty much. I swear if that's the agent messing with our electricity, I really will break his sunglasses and shank him with the shards. Stupid agent with his anti-alien bullcrap. Hey there. We meet again. Yes. Hello. Excuse me for a moment. Got it. Welcome, Miss Riona. Good evening. I'm meeting up with someone. Okay then. How's your car, by the way? My car? You mean the tire. There's really no need for concern as it was an easy fix. But thank you for asking. My pleasure. May I order a cup of Russian tea? Russian tea, you say? Riona, birthday the 18th of September. Russian tea. Despite the name, it's a totally American drink. Russian tea for the lady Russian to deliver. That's a good one. This is perfect, by the way. Thank you. You're welcome. So who are you meeting with, if I may ask? You should know, shouldn't you? After all, you were tasked to give me his contact info. That's right. So you two did end up connecting after all. We did, yes. But truth be told, I really wasn't sure about contacting him at all. Why is that? Because as far as I'm concerned, there was no reason for me to do so. Nevertheless, I sent him an email the following night, right after the completion of my final delivery at 3. That's pretty late. A little, but surely no worse than forgetting it altogether. But he replied straight away, to my surprise. Had no idea he was such a night owl. Or perhaps just an extremely early bird. Right? I wonder if he ever sleeps. That should be a question for you too, miss. Oops. Anyhow, he answered me with an apology. He regretted his rudeness from when we first met, which was another surprise, since I didn't think it was such a matter of concern. Well, he did return here the next evening, looking for you. Did he? Yes, he said so himself. I see. How peculiar. In any case, we exchanged phone numbers and have been texting ever since. Then he said he wants to meet up and speak in person, which is why I'm here now. But I'm still not quite sure it's necessary. I mean, maybe he just wants to chat and hang out. Perhaps. I suppose we'll see. Yeah, so Hyde's not coming tonight. Probably for the best, given the circumstances. Is he okay? Yeah, he just wants to take it easy tonight. Understandable. My apologies for these surges. I was hoping it would become more stable as the days go by, but no need to apologize for something out of your control. That's right. Well, you tried everything you could. I know. Thank you for your understanding. How are you doing, miss? Hey there. Did you manage to resolve your issues with children? Sorry. Oh, I mean the hospital admission problem from the other day? Oh, that. For a minute there, I thought I had a beef with kids I was unaware of. Sorry for the misunderstanding. No worries, that was funny. It's only been a few days, so not much has changed. How about you? Feeling better? Yes, well, I apologize for the way I acted a few days ago. We all have our bad days, so don't worry about it. Thank you. While we're on the topic, I told Officer Georgie what happened to your car. Would you mind pointing out where you believe the incident took place? Sure. It was quite near the police station, actually, at a metered spot just outside the now defunct library. Oh, the vacant building at the Bourne intersection. Yes, that's correct. I see. So it was originally a library. You know the area? I know of the property, yeah. It's been abandoned for a long time now. But it's a heritage building, so I often wonder why nothing's being done with it, since it's located in a very populated, culture-centric neighborhood. That's true. There's even an art college nearby, right? Then again, I've always found the street a bit odd. Odd? How? It's just barren, especially if you consider the area. And the weird thing is, I feel like it wasn't always that way. Feel? Don't you mean remember? No, exactly what I said. It's a feeling, not a clear memory. Strange, isn't it? That is odd. Well, there used to be a flea market there a long, long time ago. Perhaps that is what you're recalling? A flea market. The last time I drove there, I remember seeing nothing but concrete. Wait, there was a single dead tree surrounded by strange trinkets. A dead tree. No idea why I almost forgot about it. It stuck out like a sore thumb. About 8 feet tall, no leaves. It's been there forever too, as far as I know. That hawthorn tree was something of a landmark for us drivers, and the trinkets you spoke of were actually remembrances of sorts. Remembrances? Hold on, I'm just going to recap a bit here, okay? Sure. Your car was vandalized near a metered parking spot in front of an abandoned library, on a seemingly deserted street within a busy area, that has a large dead tree surrounded by remembrances for some reason. Sounds about right, except the tree is no longer there. Are you serious, Pops? Why wouldn't I be? That's crazy. Good evening, gentlemen. Hey, everyone. Boy, I thought I would be early, but you're already here, lady. Hello. Jade, for the love of all things holy, tell me my lighter is here. Well, you're in luck because it is. Hot damn. Thank goodness. Would you like me to get it for it now for you? It's fine. I'm just glad to know it's here. Just bring it with my drink later. Sure, let me know when you're ready to order. Cheers. Well, 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 what's up, y'all? What's new? Evening, officer. We were just talking about the spot where Miss Riona's car may have been vandalized. Oh? They got your car too, lady? Yes, but it's not a big issue. Still, sorry you had to experience that. Where did you park your car, miss? I can send you the coordinates if you would like. That would be real swell. Got it. Okay. Is it within the area you expected, or? Pretty much. The same location where I parked mine a week ago. I see. You can rest assured we already increased patrols in that area. That's great, but I am the only one doing it at the moment. That sucks. What's that? Am I hearing you, out of all people, doubting my skill, Jade? No, of course not. I just thought it means an unfortunate increase to your workload. Well, them's the breaks, I suppose. Anyway, give me your strongest espresso, Jade, and don't forget my lighter. Are you going to leave it again? There it is. Thanks, Jade. You probably think I'm being silly, but what can I say? It's my lucky charm. It's borderline superstitious, I know. Don't you have anything of the sort? Well, I have good reason to be superstitious. Whenever I don't have this with me, things happen. Right? Alright, here comes the strongest espresso in the house. Cheers. Perfect, as always. Are you ready to order? Might as well. I would like something desserty, because it's my cheat day. Sure thing. Any specifics in mind? Well, I saw this video of a Spanish hot cocoa drink yesterday. It was so thick, I thought it was chocolate sauce. The name also reminded me of a song, but for some reason I can't remember the title right now. You know, that sounds oddly familiar. For real? Then I'll have that thick cocoa. It's got milk and a little hot, spicy kick to it. Spanish Sahara. Warm and cozy, just like a day in Barcelona. Here comes a cup of Spanish Sahara for you. So that's what it's called. That's what we call it here, at least. Very cool. Then, bon appetit. I think this is it. Very tasty. Thanks, Jade. You're so welcome. So, Pops, just earlier you were telling me about your creepy patrolling experience, right? Was it in the same location where the lady's car was? Creepy patrolling experience? Well, I don't know if I should even talk about it, because maybe it's just a tad too spooky, even for me. What happened? Tell 'em, Pops. It's not that big a deal, honestly. Then all the more reason to talk about it, right? Maybe someone here will know something. You've got a point there. Y'all were talking about the area anyway, right? Yes. Well, I've been patrolling there the past few nights. The street itself is fairly straightforward. It's about half a mile round trip from the intersection and back. There's nothing much there either. A concrete sidewalk with metered parking spots. A fence here and there. And an unfinished construction site with a couple CCTVs dotted about. No tree? What tree? There used to be a dead tree in front of the old library. That old dead tree. It was uprooted by the city back in January. The commercial community decided it wasn't really a good look. So when the city started a massive cleanup project last year, well, they simply voted to get rid of it. I see. Why? What's up? We were actually talking about it earlier, and being a decades-old landmark aside, could there be something more to the tree than just, well, being old? You think so? That's what I think after listening to Miss Riona. Are you expecting something from me, Jade? No. I'm sorry if I crossed a line. You just seem to know a lot about it, and I don't want to mix up the facts. I understand, but I would like to hear the officer's spooky tale first, if you don't mind. Gladly, miss. Almost forgot about me there. So anyway, patrolling on that street is an easy task. Only 4 to 5 cars would park there overnight, at most, which makes keeping track a breeze. Sounds ideal enough. As expected though, nothing happened the first 2 nights. But yesterday was a different story. Hold on. What a stage setup. There you go. Thank goodness. Sorry about that. Please continue. Alrighty. Well, it was nearing the end of my shift and I found nothing was amiss. There were only 4 cars parked that night, 2 spaced across the street and 2 on the opposite corner side by side. My plan was to leave after I walked one last round to make sure everything was okay. And a reminder, you can cover the whole place in only 8 minutes. Okay. Then, at the end of my walk, I took a drag on my cigarette, smug as I was about to clock out, thinking 'twas another night job well done. Right? Wrong, as I was immediately faced with the impossible. 3 cars, 2 side by side, 1 across the street, all tires flattened. That's 12 vandalized tires for you in a span of less than 10 minutes. That is so strange. It would take several minutes to flatten just 1 tire, and that's if you're using the right tools, right? But that wasn't all. Oh no, it wasn't. Because that was the moment when the street lights went out, suddenly and all at once. What? Right after that, I heard flurries of footsteps and laughter. They were going further and further away from the scene, and yet I saw nothing at all. Are you sure? Did the CCTV catch anything? The infrareds actually managed to catch something, but the videos weren't clear at all, so I'm still investigating it. Geez Louise, Pops. That's way spookier than what you told me in the car. But it's cool though. I may be laughing now, but I almost pissed my pants there, you see. Well, whoever they are, they sure worked fast, right? Anyway, Jade, I think I want another drink. All that talking is making my throat dry, and coffee just ain't cutting it. Roger that. What would you like? What do you suggest? How about some tea with ginger and honey? Sounds good. Can you use the red flower stuff you have as a base? You mean hibiscus? Definitely. Okay, then I would like a red flower tea with ginger and a touch of honey. Georgie, born and raised in Seattle, still a lactose-intolerant cop. Te Jahi Rosella, steeped with roasted ginger with a touch of honey, perfect for rainy evenings. 1 piping hot Te Jahi Rosella for you. What does it mean? Jahi means ginger, Te means tea, and Rosella is roselle, for another name for hibiscus. I see, a legit herbal drink. Spicy, but perfect for the weather. Good call, Jade. I'm happy to please. If that's the case, let me join your patrol, Pops, 'cause I'm not scared of ghosts. Real beings scare me more. Wait a sec, kid, what do you mean by ghost? Jumping the gun a little there, ain't ya? I do know, Pops. Maybe it's even something crazier than that. This is a really serious problem, kid. Don't joke around like that. Sorry. Interesting. You know something? No, not me, but she might. Right, the tree, wasn't it? Oh yeah, what about it, miss? It's your turn to finish your thought. I'm not sure if this can be of any use at all, but... Officer, are you aware of the story behind that tree? I recall what you said earlier. People often leave remembrances around it. What do you mean by that, miss? Well, it's because someone passed away there. What? Allow me to explain. I mentioned there was once a flea market on that street, correct? Right. They called it the Fairy Market, It was unofficially set up by the transients of the community, transients being the government's term for unregistered citizens, including all the other uncategorizable beings at the time. Fairies were a part of that. I remember learning about it. After the war, the government made its first official attempt to sort things out. Organizing equitable classifications was thought as one of the first steps towards civil peace, but it was oversimplified, inefficient, and not speedy enough. Was all that before the Vindication Act? Way before that. Many who couldn't register were basically in administrative limbo. What? That's as good as like not existing at all. Really, that's horrible. It was the main reason why the fairy market was created in the first place, to ensure transients' survival throughout the changing times, in more ways than one. The market had no real schedule, therefore. The start of Fairy Week would be marked by flowers strewn along the intersection, just so people would notice and come and take a look. Sounds too low-key, no? Because it was illegal, silly. Oh. And that was exactly the problem. The market ran day and night, its format unchanging. At the same time, the economy was slowly reshaping the landscape. People started to spend more, becoming reckless, while the laws were still shaky at best. Then a tragic incident occurred one night. A drunk driver was speeding and went off course, striking a fender there, and the only evidence left of the crime was that tree, standing where there was no tree before. Wait a second. What? Why did I never hear about it? How long ago was this? The accident occurred in 1959, but the market itself was forcefully disbanded in 1961. Happened before I was born. Yeah, I remember everything now. It was actually quite an infamous case, wasn't it? But due to the nature of the beings involved, most people couldn't help but, well, forget. We're talking about the late 50s to early 60s here. Post-war media was still quite scarce, and I remember the drunk driver was also the son of a very wealthy individual. Correct. But that wasn't exactly the part that made the case so infamous. It was due to the fact that no body was ever found at the crash site, as well as the vendor being a transient with no legal ID or paper trail. As a result, the court had no choice but to dismiss the case. But there was a body, wasn't it? Just not the one that people might expect. Do you mean the tree? Right. When semi-spiritual beings like us pass on from the physical world, some may leave specific landmarkers behind. Not all can do that, though. Us banshees don't do that. You don't? We simply disappear. So, if I'm getting this right, the tree couldn't be used as evidence because it wasn't classified as remains yet. The witnesses were in the same boat, no paper trail, so the driver's lawyer took advantage of those loopholes, and that's messed up. Beyond messed up, Pops. I'm boiling. I'll take a further look into this more, miss. But I have a question for you. Yes? You think the vandalism has anything to do with the tree removal? I don't know. I suppose it might depend on when the acts of vandalism began. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I better get going then. It's almost time for my shift. Okay, officer. Break a leg, Pops. I would rather not. Stay safe. Will do. I'll keep y'all posted. I better go as well. Got an early shift tomorrow. There's one thing I want to confirm though, if you don't mind, miss. Yes. It's about the fairies passing and how everyone ends up forgetting about them afterwards. I really thought it was just a myth. I guess not. Unfortunately, that is why there used to be memorabilia around that tree. They were efforts by those who remembered to preserve the memory. But it wasn't enough, was it? Else we would still have the tree. It really makes me question my memory. Are there any people I might have forgotten? Were there events I missed? It is quite scary to think about. For beings like us, being forgotten is inevitable, so no need to feel bad about it. Is that so? I didn't catch your name, by the way. I'm Gala. I'm Lucas. Nice to meet you, sir. Lucas. Sounds familiar for some reason. I mean, I'm kinda a big deal online, you know? I remember now. That toy from the other day had his name on it, right, Jade? Right. A toy? You mean the business card I gave you? Yes, that. I see now. Somehow you gave it to him instead. I did. I'm sorry. Let me be the one to apologize for that. Jade gave it to me because I was having a small trouble at work. Yeah? Was it helpful in any way? I mean, it's pretty good at easing up anxiety and such. I thought the children would like it, but apparently for them it's a little passé. What? Children nowadays mature really fast. They sure know their trends early. That is true. It's just how things are, for now and in the future. Gotta keep up with the world, else you'll get left behind. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for the idea of having toys around the office for the kids. I'll make sure to have more up-to-date stuff for them. Yeah, glad I could help. Well then, nice meeting you. Good luck with your future auditions, Miss Riona. Thank you. See you around. Bye, Jade. Take care. You okay? It's getting real late. I still want to talk, but if you're tired, let me know. Have you eaten? Do you want something to eat? We don't sell food here. You don't? No wonder your place is always empty. Well, just kidding, Jade. Don't hate me, please. Well, do you want another drink, maybe? I wouldn't mind one. Nice. What do you feel like having? Something without milk, with a fresh feeling and some brightness to it. I'm also quite partial to the blue pea tea. Okay, I'll order something for you. May I? Sure. Jade, could you try this mix? I saw this pretty drink in a video and it looked perfect for Our Lady. Yes, what is it? It had blue pea as a base, a lot of mint, and a splash of lemon. Galaxy Mint Tea. Witness, witness the morphing nebula as the lemon is poured into the cup. Magical and refreshing. Here you go, miss, from the man sitting right beside you. It looks nice. Very pretty. I like it. Thank you. I'm glad you do. And wow, Jade, it looks exactly like what I envisioned. You're a G. I'm happy you both enjoyed it. But man, that whole case earlier though, it was a lot to take in. Also, about the whole forgetting thing, that really gave me the chills. Why? Don't you feel scared of just disappearing in the end? 'Cause I do. That's why I thought I finally understood you, too. I mean, the reason why you wanted to become a soprano your way, the traditional way. Care to compare notes? Because I've yet to be entirely certain about that myself. Now that's what you call huge pressure. Before that though, can I ask a little teeny tiny question? Go ahead. What inspired you to go down this path? I mean, I may have an idea on why you're choosing the hard way, but why a soprano in the first place? Because it's been done before. Pardon? Because there was already a banshee who did it before, so I know it's not impossible. For real? Her part was that of a sorbet aria, and she was not very well known. What is a sorbet aria? Oh, I mean she was a secondary character. Back in early 19th century opera, sorbet arias would be sung towards the end of the second act, usually before the evening ended. Hawkers would use the time to offer their wares for the last time to the patrons, often desserts, hence sorbet aria. I see. Like background singing at the end of a show or something. Yes, things are different nowadays because people are expected to listen to the end. The first time I heard her voice was on an old recording of a comedy opera. I was still very young back then. She was playing a confused maid role at the very end of the opera, wondering why and how people could act so crazy when in love. But despite her confusion, she thought she wasn't so old that she couldn't find out the reason herself. It was a funny epilogue to the opera, but hearing a banshee sing such a playful and light-hearted piece, it was truly an eye-opener for me. I bet it was. Sadly, I couldn't find any of her other works, but it always stuck with me nonetheless. So I left my commune and started trying on my own. That's really cool and brave of you to do so. I agree. I have never talked about this before. It's a bit embarrassing. Don't be embarrassed. I think it's super cool. You're just feeling inspired to push yourself beyond what's expected of you, and wishing to leave a mark on this world. Is that what you think? You're just trying to follow a path that has been traveled before, and it's not always a bad thing, especially for beings like us. You're just being careful, yet courageous. Right, because the path you're choosing to walk on is still difficult. Regarding leaving your mark, I don't know. I just feel maybe you're the same as me. Like, what's the point of being born if nobody is going to remember us? Right, Jade? No comment. Why do you want to be remembered so much? Why wouldn't you? Us banshees see the end differently than most. So, care to enlighten me? I can't speak for anyone else, but in my case, I was a kid who grew up in a large family, you see. Like, humongously large. Literally couldn't count all my siblings even if I wanted to, because they're everywhere thanks to my dad. We weren't wealthy though, not even close. The money situation was always suffocating us, for real, but sometimes Dad would drop by to give us some money. Though it wasn't even enough to cover utilities for more than a couple months. Then he would just leave again a couple days later. Are you the eldest? Nope, but my older bros had already moved out by the time I hit high school. I was so surprised when my dad gave me the house after he died, which is where my mom and siblings live now. I'm sorry to hear about your father. It's fine. I mean, yeah, it was weird to receive the news of his death from an attorney, knowing he passed away by himself, and how it took them a week to find out. Natural causes, by the way, so, I mean, how did he check out with absolutely no one knowing? Where were my other siblings? What happened to his ladies? It was just so crazy to me, and I guess it just kinda haunted me. Haunted how? My life growing up was filled with disappointment over him, you know? I mean it in the best way possible. My disappointment actually drove me to work hard for my family. I just vilified him in my mind, like shaking my mental fist at him. Gonna do so much better than you, sir, and all that. I see. But then I received the news that he left me the house. Like, I know he had no money. The house is probably one of the only assets he had left. So, when he gave me the house in his will, all I could think about was, what went through his mind exactly? The fact that he had a will at all was probably already a surprise for you. Exactly. What am I supposed to think of that? What am I supposed to think of him? It doesn't even matter anymore when he's already long gone. Anyway, so my older brothers came back, right? They wanted me to sell the house and divide the earnings, wanting a slice of the inheritance pie. You didn't do that, right? Heck no, that's why I left for LA. So if they really want me to sell the house, they have to chase after me. Good call. Thankfully, my younger siblings and I are pretty tight. We're a good team. That's a relief. But that was also why I needed money fast. I needed to send money to help with my family's bills. And of course, so I could stay alive as well. That was why I ended up having to join the production house. The production house? Yeah, it was like a bunch of content creators getting together to make videos every day. I was young and naive too, you know, because it was my first time venturing to another state completely alone, after all, so I didn't know better how predatory things could be. This isn't even going to be an entertaining story. If you're uncomfortable, you don't have to talk about it. It's not that. I just really didn't like that production house, but I needed the money. Someone there saw my vlogs and invited me in, and as one of the youngest there, I tried to get along with everyone. But you see, we were all creators in the entertainment industry, right? Which means we all had huge egos. So naturally, there was somewhat of a hierarchy of sorts. Trying to be all around helpful turned me into the butt of the joke, all the time. That didn't discourage me all that much, by the way. I mean, I also learned a lot there, not going to lie. Still. But what ended up destroying my willpower was actually something real close, you know? Myself. What do you mean by that? Well, in a house where everyone wants to be the main character, each of us would need a solid, distinct persona, yeah? Eventually I was assigned one too, which was supposed to be a good thing, but they wanted me to be the worst version of what I am, essentially, with heavy emphasis on what. I had a lot of nicknames too, like, "Hey ya baby goat, what are you up to now, satyr boy? Here comes party goaty. Mr. Excess, you gonna go fishing again tonight or what?" Fishing. We had to go out and try to hit on people, and we weren't allowed to come home unless we failed spectacularly or scored. I always tried to be the punchline though, because there were always more views when something ended badly, but it was still the worst, because I really had to act it all out, you know? Bothering people for pretend dates, be sort of a dumb jerk just for jokes. So all looked fun for the camera. Even if scripted, I never really liked doing it, honestly, because in the end, all of it just reminded myself of my dad, you know? And I kept thinking, does the apple never fall far from the tree after all? So yeah, the whole thing just really sucked. You had it difficult. Well, long story short, being tokenized sucked. The end. No disagreement there. Sorry, I swear that wasn't what I wanted to talk to you about. It's fine. I actually learned a lot this evening. I just don't want to take up more of your time, so I can just ask you a direct question? Sure. Great. Would you be interested in guest starring on my new show? I realized I was being dumb the day we first met. I kind of forced my thoughts on you, and was just being a general smartass. I undermined your straightforward efforts, because I was jealous of your solid resolve, since everything I did was anything but. But you succeeded eventually, didn't you? And you worked hard for it. Yet I almost ended up losing sight of why I had been doing all this in the first place. I went with the flow, made excuses a lot. All to justify the gain, But to what end? That's why I've been trying to put together a talent showcase for those who need extra exposure. It's going to be a small production thing. It'll be paid, I swear, and not with exposure either, though it won't be much at first, because I don't have all that much money ready to use at the moment, so... Wait, this is a bit sudden, don't you think? No pressure though. How does the show work? Well, I'm not 100% sure of the shape of it yet, but ideally it will have like an interview at first, and then I'll record your singing. I'll bring all the gear. Will also be doing all the editing and stuff. It's going to take a bit of time since I still have my main show to do, but I did start my vlogging journey on my own too, so I can bet you the result will still be quality. Your show will tank if I'm the first guest. You realize that, right? If it does, then it doesn't deserve to exist. I don't care about haters, but you do. That's why I won't push you. I'm flattered, but no thank you. Okay, thanks for considering me though. Thanks for giving it a thought. Looks like I have to go. Okay, it's nothing to do with what you said, okay? Just bad timing. Yes, I get it. Cool. I hope we can meet again like this. If you want to. Maybe. I'll take it. Thanks for your time too, Jade. Sorry if I bored you. No, truly, it was my pleasure. Cool. Okay, I really have to go. See you around? Safe trip. Alright, see you, Jade. Come again soon. I think tonight was the most I have talked in the past 2 years, and I'm quite glad to hear that. Thank you, Jade. For what? For being such a good host. I know I'm not the easiest being to get along with. It's always a pleasure to have you and everyone around. Then I'll be taking my leave. I feel like I have a lot to rethink. But I'll see you soon. And we'll be waiting, always. Safe trip, Miss Riona, and have a good night. I think I'm done for the night. I hope everything will work out for everyone. World Golem Cultural Center grand opening to be held in Bhutan. Lunar cell panel prototype ready for first test. Newcomer progressive Elven metal band Abathor tops US music chart. Lucas, have you ever heard a story that wows you, so you try to go for your dreams because you're so inspired to do something or anything? Is fidget spinner really that lame right now? Rachel, I'm taking an easy day because self-care is important. Don't forget to take a good rest once in a while, everyone. Riona, normal schedule. Lucas, dinner with my team. Do they have a slime? Are slimes real in this world too? Is that an actual living slime? Very cool. And Golem, I see. And is that probably an orc, or is that a goblin? What's left on the bar counter? Can I borrow your lighter? Sure, have at it. Cheers, mate. Waiting for someone? Maybe. Maybe not, I guess. Who knows now? Geez, man. Sorry to hear that. Tell you what, next round's on me. You sure about that? Well, I'll take it then. No worries. Sorry about your situation, man. This is a good bar, so drink on. Leave your sadness at the bar counter. That's what they always say, right? Amen to that. Come on, here's to a good bar and to unexpected company. Interesting thing you said earlier. Leave your sadness at the counter. You do that often here? This bar's good. Bartender's kind and they won't kick me out if I drink too much. Where do you think it goes after you leave it here? The sadness? Interesting philosophical question you got there, man. Somewhere far away, hopefully, never to come back. But what if it does? Then we steal up and order another drink, then another and another, until either the sadness gives up or our livers do, I guess. Tough life you got. Well, Sisyphus and the boulder, you know. I mean, what other choice do we have? None, I guess. That's just how it is. I gotta go now. Interesting chat we had. Tell you what, maybe this is like whiskey talking, but it felt like hanging out with an old friend. Forget about that person you were waiting for, and hopefully I'll see you again here sometime, okay? Sure, man, I'm always here for you. After all, you're the one who left me at this counter. Right. Oh boy. That took a little creepy turn towards the end there. Let's see. All the ingredients are stocked up, and the weather's keeping quiet. Looks like a good night to listen to some stories. Good evening, Mr. Hyde, Mr. Gala. Nice to see you too. How did it go at the hospital today? Well, it was fine, except I was a little exhausted. Goodness, are you having issues with the children again? No, that's not it. It's just... Well, for starters, my Fury is giving me a hard time. Your Fury? Is it the full moon already? No, but I sometimes get pre-Fury symptoms. Pre-Fury symptoms? Yeah, it's a common thing for werewolves. A few days before the full moon, our bodies start to prepare for Fury, and that changes the way they react to pretty much everything. Symptoms vary depending on who you ask, but it can affect our muscles, our appetite, our energy levels. It can give us headaches and a lot of other stuff. Small but annoying. That doesn't sound pleasant. No, to be honest, it's not great. For me, I've been feeling pretty sore and more tired than usual, and a bit crankier as well. Is there a drink that could help you with that? I never found one, but if anyone can come up with it, it's you, Jade. Since the Galahad can soothe your Fury, maybe it would work for pre-Fury as well. Maybe, but I think it would need to be more relaxing, like a Galahad, but with no caffeine, and maybe blue. A Gala Blue. Gala, self-summary, veteran now working in a hospital. Gala Tea, a silky but spicy beverage that soothes furious emotions and brings dormant joys back to life. Here you go, a Gala Tea for you. Do you come up with these names on the spot, Jade? No, it takes a bit of soul searching to tailor it to the situation and so on. That almost makes it sound like you know in advance what we're going to order. Call it a sixth sense. Right, let's see how your sixth sense tastes. This is excellent. Exactly what I needed. Very happy to hear that. What's with the long looks, you two? Did something happen? Actually, Jade, I guess I'll just come out with it. I need your help. My help? Come on, I wasn't that bad. No, I was so tired today I nearly fell asleep on the job. but most importantly, it's not good for you. Moping around, sulking, refusing to look at solutions. I've never seen you like this, and I'm getting worried. There's nothing to worry about. You say that, but then you spend entire nights looking miserable. No advice I come up with is good enough. And Hyde, I'm barely keeping it together as it is. You should know by now how I feel when Fury's about to hit. I take it you two ended up chatting yesterday, after all. You bet we did. After I walked out of here, I headed home and found this one lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, looking so gloomy it sucked the color out of the room. It's not the first time either. It's a constant these days. Please help him, Jade. I'm at my wit's end. Mr. Hyde. Fine. The truth is, I'm bored to death. Or I would be if it wasn't for the whole immortality thing. I'm
Stream
nearing
Elements
40 years old.
said. Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
And I've never been this bored in my entire life. Interesting. You usually make it sound like you're much older. 40 years old in vampire years. I'm not saying how old that is in other species years. Eyes on the prize, Jade. Intervention first, gossip later. My apologies. Why are you so bored, Mr. Hyde? My job. What was that? My job. No need to shout. Well, I'm also irritated about it, okay? I'm not exactly used to sitting around twiddling my thumbs, but modeling stopped being fun ages ago. You did mention something like that last time. You are trying to leave modeling behind then. Yeah. Is there a specific reason for that? It's all just so brief. As an underwear? You've been modeling underwear? Oh, no, you meant like, okay. Back when I started modeling, people thought of fashion in a different way. They wanted to keep their outfits for a while, so they had to be elegant, well-made, and versatile. Some campaigns that I featured in stayed on billboards for months. I knew the clothes would last decades. In a way, it felt like I was building a bond with their wearers. I endorsed something that would feature in their cherished memories. But then social media came and it all became disposable. The clothes themselves, of course, but the models even more. I shoot a campaign, the brand posted online, and it gets attention for what? 10 minutes? Then another campaign comes in and everything's forgotten. Blink and it's gone. There's no bond to be built there. Isn't that changing these days though? With slow fashion and the like? That's true, and people are getting into vintage clothes too. I salute that, but the reality of my job remains the same. What about your fans? You have so many people following you. You mentioned that last night, and my answer hasn't changed. They follow me because they think I'm pretty. Being admired is nice, but it doesn't constitute a bond. So are you saying that you would like to leave more of a mark? Maybe so. It would be nice if I did something that people remembered, that became a part of their lives in a real way. You do know you have people in your life in a real way, right? People who always remember you. That's not the same thing. Maybe you should study to become a doctor or something. That would make a real difference. No, thank you. The job still needs to be fun. Studying for 10 years just to exhaust myself in 14-hour shifts. Did you mistake me for a hard-working vampire? Do you see what I'm dealing with, Jade? It does seem to be a thorny issue. Perhaps you would like to mull it over with a drink in hand, Mr. Hyde. Yeah, that sounds good. Just make me something I like. Anything you've seen me enjoy, recently or when we first met. Hyde. Favorite things. The fact that I've been blood sober for 10 years now. What I'm doing with my life. A model. Past stock trader, entrepreneur, venture capitalist. Jahi Tubrik. Ginger presides over the ground coffee at the bottom of the cup, originally from Indonesia. Here you go, Mr. Hyde. You seem to like this well enough. Nice, Jade. And you lost your bet, Hyde. A bet. When Hyde was wallowing in self-pity yesterday, I told him many people cared about him, and I bet you could remember what he liked, even if he gave you no instructions. So now I get to say that I was right, and Hyde gets to buy me dinner at a place of my choosing. You're going to pick that horrible steakhouse again, aren't you? You know it. Have you won other bets in the past, Mr. Gala? Let's see. You say it, Hyde. He's won every single one of the bets we've ever made. Wow. Yeah, I'm this close to being able to buy a new TV with the money I'm saving on food. Just rub it in my face, why won't you? Oh, hi everyone. Hi, Lua. Hi, Lua. Busy night, I see. Hi, Miss Lua. Busy and lively, just the way we like it. That's good, and I'm really glad you're here, Hyde. I wanted to apologize for the other night. I was so excited to see you, especially since it had been a while, but we ended up fighting with Bailey's instead. Lucas, hey guys, up. You must be getting bored of our arguments. It's alright, they're kind of fun to watch. How are things with you two, by the way? Just let me order before I answer, if that's alright, Jade. Of course, what would you like? I spent the whole day talking in meetings and presentations, so I have a bit of a sore throat. Is there anything you would recommend for that? Definitely something with lemon and honey. Sounds great. I would love a lemon and honey drink then, please. Lua, favorite things. Lover of the bright moonlight. Believer in a life without a fight. I'm a big fan of art and poetry. What I'm doing with my life. Working 9 to 5 in a trading company by day. Going to poetry readings and museums on the weekends. Enraptured by the forbidden fruit. Cough syrup. A cure for a sore throat. Here you go. Some honey to soothe, some lemon to boost recovery. Thanks, Dr. Jade. This is truly lovely. Just what I needed. That's great to hear. My company's trying to get a big contract, so I've been organizing meetings with everyone, making sure it's all going according to plan. That sounds pretty tough. Yeah, it's a lot of responsibilities and decision making. And part of me likes that, but part of me feels the pressure of it. So it's nice to be able to unwind with a warm cup. Anyhow, to answer your earlier question, Gala, you've probably gathered that Bay and I have been fighting. Yeah, and Hyde told me a little about it too. Right. Well, we haven't discussed the wedding for the past couple of days, and honestly, it's done me a lot of good. The thing is, I know Bay means well. He suggests all these things that he thinks I would like, and I should like them. He's paying attention, not just sending random ideas. I should be grateful that he's trying to please me. But I get annoyed instead, and then I start feeling guilty that I'm annoyed, which makes me even more annoyed. It's not great, I know. Well, it would be easier if we always acted rationally, if we only got annoyed at the right people for the right reasons, but things aren't that simple, are they? That's true. Although I guess if you figured out what actually annoys you, it would help. That's a problem. I'm not sure. At first, I thought I was tired or worried. The decision making at my job is taking a toll for sure. It's a bit hard for me to also deal with organizing things in my personal life. Also, the financial side of it is hard to navigate. I don't want Bay to spend too much money, but he's right that involving my family comes with strings attached. I'm not sure how to avoid that though, but I'm realizing that might not even be the main issue. The more he sends me links to venues and caterers, the more it all feels wrong to me. I don't mean the wedding itself. I want to get married to Bai, but the way we're planning it, I don't know. I've been to my friends' weddings before. I've also been browsing the most popular wedding pictures online. There are always these big parties, very put together, very classy. They have their whole families over, their friends and colleagues. They rent these beautiful barns and they hire live bands. They wear designer dresses and bespoke suits. I used to look at that and think, this is great, this is what I want. But now it all just feels more and more off to me. Why don't you tell your fiancé that? What if he thinks I'm getting cold feet, or that I'm questioning his ability to help with the budget? That's up to how you communicate it, isn't it? Right, but still a difficult topic. We've been through so much, you all know that. This is supposed to be our special day, a way to celebrate our partnership. Bay wants to honor that. He'll feel awful if he thinks I don't, or if he thinks I don't trust him. I swear, you and your elf are well matched. You always worry so much about what others think, instead of working out your own wants and needs. You do realize that's the important bit, right? I mean, generally, yes, I get that. But how does it apply here? What do you think it means to honor your partnership? To celebrate it properly, for starters? Right, and who are you in that partnership with? I believe you met him, the blonde guy with the puppy eyes. Right, I'm glad you remember that, because you were making it sound like you were in a relationship with your friends who got married, and the strangers who put wedding pictures online. This is your relationship you are celebrating. Why are you so concerned with other people's weddings? Your special day needs to make sense to the two of you. Have it in trainers at a fast food joint, if that's what you like. That way you can also take the budget out of the equation. A simpler wedding won't feel shabby if you make it feel properly yours. I still want a pretty outfit and decent food. Thank goodness. But point well taken. It's just, my family might have certain expectations. Did they openly say that? No. Then maybe they do. Or maybe you just think they do. The only way to find out is to talk to them. Besides, isn't Bailey's also about to become your family? You sure are the only family he's got. I'm not saying to disinvite everyone or to fight with them or anything, but you shouldn't put their needs above your own. I really shouldn't, should I? You've given me food for thought. Thanks, Hyde. My pleasure. Amazing how you perk up when you give people advice, Hyde. Maybe you should become a therapist. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I did say I might become a couples counselor, but I agree with what you all implied. I don't think I'm quite tactful. Well, sometimes the hard truth is what people need to hear, though. Are you looking to change careers, Hyde? He's bored of modeling, finds it too important, impermanent, wants to leave a mark, wants to have fun. Just a very quick summary. Oh, I see. Well, is there any way you could make modeling fun again? I don't think so. Last time I had a proper fun was maybe 20 years ago. What happened then? I was modeling a capsule collection for a young designer, and she wanted to take her own pictures. She got a studio, lugged the outfits out there, found someone to do the makeup. Then she whipped out an old film camera, a proper relic. I hadn't seen one like it since the 60s. My granddad has an old black and silver camera with 2 lenses. Was it something like that? Yep, exactly like that. She said she preferred it because of the way it captured the light, and also because it was a slower experience, something that would allow us to connect more. At first, I didn't think much of it. I started doing the usual, posing, switching, posing some more, but something felt different. Then I realized what it was. Most of the time we were just talking. She only took a picture once in a few minutes, if that. Is that unusual? Most fashion photographers take dozens of pictures in a row. I had felt a bit sorry for her, to be honest. I thought she didn't know what she was doing and that she was wasting her money. But we had a great time and we got kind of friendly, I guess. Because at the end of it, she let me use up the remaining exposures. I fooled around, shot some random stuff, and one portrait of her. Then she suggested I come with her to her dark room. Watch how she developed the pictures and how they came out. You did always have a fondness for dark places. Comes with the territory. But as for the pictures, they were gorgeous. First of all, I looked really like me, you know? A me I could recognize. But that's not even what stuck with me the most. It's the care she put into processing each frame, working each picture through the chemical baths, hanging them, drying them. It was like watching a magic ritual. And her portrait, when she saw it, she got a bit emotional. She said she was used to being on the other side of the camera, and it was the first time she really liked a portrait someone took of her. I'm in a weird place these days. It's not like me to tell these kinds of tales, or to launch into soppy monologues really. Just forget it. I think it's a beautiful story, and it gives me an idea, I think, of another career for you. Please share, Lua. You would be doing both of us a solid. Go on then. Well, maybe it's because I've looked at so many of them recently, but apparently film is making a big comeback for wedding pictures. It's what you said. It captures the light beautifully, and it's a more personal, slower approach. Maybe you could try that. Who, me? No, the other vampire who's looking for a new line of work. I think you've got the wrong guy here, Lua. I know I'm disgustingly sentimental these days, but I'm not that far gone. Attending one wedding gives me cavities, let alone several a month. Well, forget about it then. No, don't forget about it at all. It'll be perfect for you. Come on, Hyde. I know you like to play strong and sarcastic, but you are sentimental, and you love to chat people up. You would solve all the bridesmaids' drama and offend the parents, but most importantly, you would do something for those people that they'll never forget. They'll look at your pics their whole lives. And if that's not leaving a mark, I don't know what is. You're assuming they won't get divorced. I don't know if this is the right topic for Miss Lua. It's alright. I know some marriages end in divorce, but that doesn't change anything, does it? Whether a marriage lasts for a few months or several decades, the wedding is still an unforgettable moment in someone's life. That career in the mafia is really looking up. You're hopeless. I'm falling asleep in my chair now, so I'm going to head back. Do whatever you want, you thick-skulled vampire. Just don't stay out too late, okay? Yeah, alright. That's my cue as well. I have some thinking to do, and maybe some talking. Thanks again, Hyde, and good luck. I hope your next adventure is a good one. It will be. Good night, Lua. Good night, Jade. See you later. Good night, you two. Here we go again. Last one sitting. Indeed, proper night owls. You didn't say anything about that wedding photographer idea. It's ridiculous, right? That's not for me to say, but I wouldn't call it ridiculous. It sounds like you enjoyed the whole film photography experience. And you do like being around people, don't you? I do, sometimes. I'm not a romantic. People get married. They think they're taking a first step into forever. Well, there's no such thing as forever. Everyone ends up disappointed in some way, and then, next thing you know, I don't want to sound too depressing. So you don't believe in love? Of course I do, but only in a certain kind. You can choose to keep supporting someone, to enjoy their company. You can do that for years, with friends, family, lovers, but at the end of the day, you're still you, a separate person, and they're still them. There's no two souls becoming one. Not really. I would know. The one time I tried, it really didn't work out. But do you regret trying? No, I guess I don't. It confirmed for me that marriage and the like, it's never going to be my thing. And there's freedom in knowing that about myself. It's given me space to build other relationships that work much better. But at the same time, when I see people who truly believe it, people who walk into it willing to share their lives so closely, even if for most of them it won't pan out, there's something beautiful there, like watching a butterfly fly too close to a flame, or a flower bloom like it will never wilt. Well, in my case, I singed off my wings, but I'm still here. And on that day, for that minute when I said we would be together forever, I meant it. I sure felt alive. If you know all that, then you must also know that it's something worth celebrating, and something worth helping other people celebrate. You're a tricksy one, Jade, and I'm too tired to fight your logic, which means it's time for me to head back. Of course, Mr. Hyde, and I meant to say I appreciate our one-to-one chats. I hope we can keep providing you with a comfortable space here. It's plenty comfortable, for sure. Besides, well, Lucas, guess where I am, 'cause I sure as hell don't know. Um, Lucas? Buddy, you okay there? It all boils down to this, doesn't it? The way time passes for me is very different from anyone else I know. Thank goodness, Gala is far from a long-living species. But even then, he'll grow old before I do, eventually. The world will change 100 times. Technologies will die out. New technologies will come. I will feel again the way I feel now. In a century, maybe, two. And Lua and Gala won't be around to give me advice. The world won't wait for me. But you will, am I right, Jade? That is very perceptive of you, Mr. Hyde. You've grown to know me quite well. It's only fair that I know you a little in return. I suppose that's true. So anyway, I'm looking forward to that, to continuing our story. It's nice to know that no matter how much time passes, there's always going to be someone here rooting for me. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Hyde. We will make sure it's not misplaced. I know you will. And on that note, I guess I'm going to go browse for some film cameras. Riona, are you lost? What's the worst that can happen? Indeed. Take care of yourself, friend, and you as well. The world won't wait for you, Mr. Hyde, but some of us will. Really wondering what's going on with our priest. The priest has so many secrets, apparently. New image recognition tech confuses gnomes with dwarves. A review. Robots asked to give ultimate advice. Elven burnout is real. Here's how to avoid it. Rachel, a girl always has her secrets. Lucas, top of the morning to y'all. Hungover but feeling awesome. Myrtle, just spent almost 2 hours checking on the mobile games in the App Store. The amount of copycat games is just staggering. And not only copycat, but once you install them and download them, there are 1,000 ads in almost every single one of them. Riona, no delivery today. We'll resume tomorrow. On top of the Ferris wheel. It was finally our turn to ride the Ferris wheel. She grabbed my hand tight, excitedly pulling me into the faded pink gondola. Her small hand felt cold on my skin. Before it was warm. The slightest touch of it used to warm my universe. It used to excite me. But when she pulled me into the seat beside her, it felt cold. I knew I was the one who had changed. I was the one who could no longer feel her warmth. The Ferris wheel finally moved. She stared at the lake beside the wheel as we went upward slowly. The Ferris wheel is amazing, right? I feel like it's taking us to a world separate from our own, a world just for the two of us. She began a conversation. I replied with a faint smile. Hey, pretty boy, want in on a secret? I love you. Her smile was so sincere, it was painful to receive those words. I didn't say anything. I couldn't say anything. She didn't wait for a reply. A long silence passed as she turned back to the scenery laid on the other side of the window. I knew she was hiding her face from me. The Ferris wheel was halfway to the top now, still climbing ever so slowly. I tried to find the words I wanted to say to her. What's the softest way to break someone's heart? We reached the top of the Ferris wheel when it stopped, like it was supposed to. For a moment, our time was frozen on the tip of the world. Can we talk? Words finally found the courage to come out of my mouth. I know exactly what you want to say. You've been holding in for months now, right? That same sincere smile. She should have kept that smile for someone who could love her as she loved me, not for someone who was about to break her heart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was ready for this, but I was just pretending. Silly. It's not my fault. It's my fault. I'm sorry. She tried to fake a laugh. Her eyes were wet behind her glasses, bedewed by her tears. You deserve someone better, not me. I'm sorry. Hey, can you pretend a little bit longer too? At least, not up here. Please. I cursed the universe for letting her love the wrong person. I cursed myself for letting her love me. The Ferris wheel creaked softly, signaling its movement, this time downward. Good evening. Officer, welcome. Hey, Jade. How are you doing? Officer? Sorry, my mind is kind of elsewhere right now. No worries. Work issues? What else? I'm all ears if you want to chat. You're a pal. I'm in a real bind, Jade. What happened? Well, never-ending workplace issues aside, things are getting weirder by the minute, and I'm feeling out of my depth. Are you talking about your recent patrols? Yeah, I've been analyzing the CCTV footage the last couple of days. I see. How did that go? Did the cameras manage to capture anything? Yes and no. The infrareds caught a couple of blurry things. They ran off, turned a corner, and disappeared. Could have been anything, like rats or cats, but neither fits with what I heard on the scene. The footsteps, the laughter. Come to think of it, it sounded more like giggles. Giggles. Can werebeasts giggle? Not at that size, no. Even if they could, it doesn't explain the footsteps, really. I see. So what's next? Lucas, do you know why the satyrs from France are more musical than ones from America? Because they have French horns. Sorry, not sorry. So what's next? I have some ideas, but they're just wild theories at this point. In short, I'm stumped. You know, Jade, I've been racking my brain ever since Miss Riona dropped that bomb about the fairies, you see. What about them? As it turns out, fairies was an umbrella term for many types of beings. Anything that didn't fit the known physical rules at the time was to be referred to as such. Does that mean banshees were part of the fairy folk? Probably. Not anymore, though. It's an ongoing process, but the list is getting shorter. Back then, any sentient being that was even remotely incomprehensible was considered that, and that includes apparitions. Apparitions. Yes, apparitions like ghosts. 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 I see. What do you mean, I see? Doesn't it sound like a bad joke to you? I'm not sure I follow. Come on, ghosts don't exist. Do they? Because if they do, all I can think about is that damn tree now. Right, the tree. Does that mean it's haunted? It could be. Don't get how you can be so calm about this. Well, why wouldn't I be? I mean, there have been all sorts of customers here. Some of them are so out of this world even. Sometimes, literally. You're right. I guess you're not the one who's being weird here. Don't say that. Everyone has their own peccadillos. True that. If you don't mind telling me, though, may I ask the reason you're so afraid of ghosts? No, that's a long story. Not something I'm ready to talk about anyway. That's understandable. All you need to know is my fear was never caused by actual ghosts. Suggestion is a very powerful thing, Jade, but that's all I'm willing to share, for now. Okay, thanks for sharing. You know, it's funny. My grandpa was very into this stuff. So is my daughter. They're like my opposites, very curious and fascinated by the unknown. Not that I'm not, mind you. It's just with my time as a cop and all, unknown variables usually mean trouble. I see. That makes sense. They're the kind of people who could see things from nothing. And I mean that in the best possible way. Like, you know the Zen rock garden thing from Japan? They understand the zen-ness of it. I don't, but that doesn't stop me from thinking it's chill, you know? I think you almost got it. But I'm sure he and my daughter could talk about it for hours. Too bad he passed away before she was born. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. On that note, Jade, you've seen my lighter, right? I would say I'm pretty well acquainted with it now, yes. My bad. That thing was originally my grandpa's. He bought it sometime after the war ended. It was to commemorate the upcoming new era, he said. In more ways than one. He got honorably discharged due to a severe leg injury he would never be able to recover from. At the time, he was living right across the street from the former town hall. For obvious reasons, he couldn't walk far, so it was a good location for him with all the veterans' support nearby and all. Now about that street. You see, my grandpa liked to chat. Never liked being alone, that guy. Plus, he pretty much hated his bleak room. So sometimes, he would go hang out with the street vendors in front of his place. There were all kinds of beings there, along with their pets, from all walks of life. That's why you had a lot of stories about the craziest things. I see. You see, the street's name just came to my mind last night. Can you take a guess what it is? You mean Bourne Street? It wasn't called that before. That's why the whole thing didn't click for me straight away. But I went through his files, and it checks out. Does that mean the vendors he was talking about? Bingo. And you know what? He bought the lighter there. What a coincidence. Are you sure it's only a coincidence? What do you mean? Come on. Ain't no way they're just coincidences, Jade. Everything is lining up too perfectly, if you ask me. Think about what's happened so far. It was my team that found out about the vandalism before they dumped the whole case on me. Then my car was hit, out of everyone's. Right? Then my luck started tanking. The broken mug, the fan, the black cat, just tons of weird stuff happening in the past week alone. You see? Right. Then one thing led to another. My team was chosen to lead the investigation. And tell me, who's in charge of the case? Me. Then there's the Banshee lady, your patron, with some information I wouldn't have thought of. The dead tree stuff, the fairy market, information I wouldn't have even remembered on my own. Right. And now we know why I kept on losing my lighter, right? How are they not connected? Tell me. Well, if you list them all in order like that. I'm telling you, Jade, that place is calling for me. The case is made for me. But they really picked the wrong guy. I'm just a real bad at dealing with spooks. They make me question everything I've ever known, you know? But I've always thought you're pretty good at handling ambiguity, officer. Not when it comes to supernatural stuff, because we don't know enough about what's real and what's not. What will they do? Will they hurt us? Do they bring bad luck? Good luck? What's the truth? Who knows? Maybe you should take a day off and catch up on your sleep. What's that? Nothing. You know, another patron of mine suggested a documentary to watch. Yeah, the focus was on interesting drinks from around the world. You could find everything from the mundane to the extreme, from local comforts to some really special stuff. And I kept thinking one particular drink might interest you. It is something like a protection drink. It's made of coffee, honey, lemon, and a slew of other ingredients. Protection from what, though? From evil spirits and bad luck, I think. Maybe it'll help ease your mind a bit. Gotcha. But Jade, even if the whole situation is haunted, there shouldn't be any evil spirits, right? I wouldn't know, but I might need your lighter. What for? Well, the drink needs to be lit up. I just think your lighter might give it that extra magic boost it needs, compared to just using a regular flame, I mean. Where are you going to make me anyway? I trust you. Here. Spooky, spooky lighter. Then make me this magical drink you've earned, Jade. Magical, magical lighter. Well, anyway, it is apparently 1800, so I'm going to save and exit, and we will be resuming this on Monday next week. Tomorrow is Star Wars, so feel free to come and check that out. If not, maybe I'll see you Monday. Either way, stay safe, guys.